Oh, you just, yeah, whatever you did, just activated, but I can hold it for a few minutes.
All right, well, I'm going to start webinar because Doug's here, so we should hold on. So we're public. All right. We're out on Zoom. We are on Zoom. We are on Facebook feed. Do you have John? John Gorin, Caroline?
I don't see him yet, but I'll text him.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, you got a radio or TV in the background?
I do, and I'm going to turn it off right now. There's nothing happening in the news. Besides, it provides a glare off the top of my head.
All right, so you're live on Facebook, and then John said he'll turn you on in cable in just a minute.
Okay.
And I will be right back.
Inside, Dan, huh?
Inside. A little too wet to be outside. Sorry, Doug.
John, is the Batman mug because no Halloween?
Yeah, I have a recent history of becoming Batman on Halloween.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
No.
Hey, Chip.
No.
Can't hear you at all.
That was me flying around on Sunday.
Chip, you were supposed to text me.
I know. I got behind and I couldn't. You know, flying a helicopter, you have hands on two controls. You can't really take them off to text.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So I know I was supposed to, like, oh, I should text, and I didn't. But it was me. I flew over Gritty's. I flew over Brewers, and I had a lot of people waving at me from Gritty's. That was pretty cool.
Good. I wasn't there. I was fishing.
You were fishing?
Yeah.
Were you out in the bay?
No, with Senor Martian on the Androscoggin,
Ah.
Lisbon Falls.
Anyway, so that was me flying around. Flying helicopters is so cool. That's all I can say. Caroline looks a little invisible today.
Yeah, she just stepped away for a minute.
Same with Peter.
Figure out if Caroline's camera is really low to the ground and we're looking at her outlet, or if she's got them out in the back on the wall. Which is probably more likely.
I'm guessing that's it.
For the cable TV wall-mounted space.
Hey, Eric.
Eric, how's it going?
Hi, guys.
Yes, that was me flying around on Sunday. I don't know if you saw the helicopter around town.
The red one?
Yes,
Yeah, the Robinson.
that's it.
That was you. I saw you go right over our oyster lease.
Yes.
Oh, I wish I'd known that was you, although I waved anyway, not knowing who it was.
It was me. I was up with some friends, went out for dinner afterwards. They come up every year. They live in New York City, but they had quarantined up in Bar Harbor for 2 weeks, so they were good.
Where do they keep the chopper?
Well, I keep it. It's out at Sanford, out of Sanford.
Awesome.
It is. It was a lot of fun.
Sign me up.
Yeah,
Nice to get your license back.
it is. I just had to get current in it, and you have to do 10 hours in the helicopter. That's an FAA regulation for that particular helicopter. So I can fly Jet Rangers too.
Good.
Yeah.
Fly us up to the solar field.
Yeah, there you go. We could do that. Get some overhead shots. We can have them wherever we want them.
There you
Hey,
go.
Sarah.
So it
Guys,
looks like look like you're in a limousine, bundled up, ready to go out on the town.
yeah, to our local soccer stadium.
Ah,
All right, so we're all here. We're ready to go. We're streaming, so I guess we'll get going. Call the meeting to order. Welcome. Tonight's Freeport Town Council meeting number 22-20. It's held remote using Zoom teleconference technology. Thank you for tuning in. The opportunity this evening to participate is there's a number of channels to participate in our Zoom meetings. You'll be recognized by the town manager if you use the raise hand feature. We have a couple of different places in the agenda where the public can participate, and we'll open up the audio channel in order to allow that to happen. And we'll make repeated comments about when those opportunities are coming in the agenda. So there'll be a number of times for the public to participate with us on the Zoom platform. It is clunky and nowhere near as warm and connected as sitting in council chambers, but until we have a better sense of the pandemic, this appears to be the platform that we'll be continuing on with our council meetings for the foreseeable future. Before we get going, I'd like to just call attendance for councilors on the call on the Zoom this evening. Councilor Whitney.
Here.
Councilor Riley.
Present.
Councilor Pilch.
Here.
Councilor Lawrence.
here.
Councilor Horn.
Here.
Councilor Tracy.
Here.
And the chair, John Egan, is here. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a nice visible flag behind Councilor Whitney that we can address for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
To the
States of
flag.
America,
And to the republic,
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation, under God,
Under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all. All right, great. Thank you very much for getting that flag, Councilor Whitney. Before we plow into our agenda, we want to highlight and recognize the Freeport High School golf team, which has recently brought home the hardware and captured the state championship in Class B golf competition in the high school level. And I want to read just a quick bit that was put together by the staff and athletic department Freeport golf team went undefeated in their regular season this year with a 5-0 record. They were the Western Maine Conference champions, which qualified them to compete in the state meet at Natanis Golf Course. For the first time, Freeport went on to win the Class B team state championship title. Matthew Kempf won the Class B individual state champion title. There were 15 on the golf team, 6 of whom competed at the Western Maine Conference and state meet as follows: TJ Whalen, Ellie Spalding, Matt Kempf, Finn Sharp, Evan Avasti, and Gabe Silva. This was Coach Jason Willette's second year as coach of the Falcons golf team, and the accomplishments are highlighted in a recent Portland Press Herald article commemorating and celebrating the Freeport Falcons Golf Championship. Peter, I think we have some representatives from the high school team here that can tell us a little bit about what they accomplished, and we can get some recognition from the council.
Yeah, why don't we go with the counselors? I see, this is news. I see, maybe to him, but I see the coach, Jason, in the audience, Jason Willett. Jason, if you've got a mic, can you raise your hand and we'll bring you over as the council speaks here? I think oh yeah, here we go. Good. He hears me. All right, you're entering into the meeting here, so you should be live.
Unmute.
All right, I guess I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah, we got you.
Congratulations, Coach Willett.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to recognize the team at your meeting tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Congrats on the season.
Yeah, it was, I give all the credit in the world to the golfers themselves. We finished second last year in Class B, and they were really motivated to take that next step this year. Most of our varsity players played in tournaments over the summer through the MSGA, and they worked really hard. You know, we were pretty strong last year, and I wasn't sure how much better we could get this year, but we definitely improved. And, you know, it started with our seniors and their leadership. And, you know, they're a great group of kids to be around. You know, they're very polite, respectful to other teams, and we have lots of fun together. And, you know, it was a really proud moment. We had 3 players finish in the top 10 at states. Matthew ended up winning, and he is just Mr. Clutch. Last year at states, I wasn't sure how he would play. He was our 5th best golfer last year, and his score we ended up using as our top 4 scores to help get us that second place trophy last year. And then this year, again, he was just clutch and played one of the best rounds he's had at the state meet. So it was a lot of fun, and I was really proud for them to put in all that work and to see it to pan out the way it did. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Chair Egan, can I just say something?
Well, we're live. John seems to have dropped off.
All right, so I'm gonna pop in if you don't mind. I just wanted to say, Coach Willett, just really, it's such an honor to have the team do so well. I mean, obviously, we always hope that the teams are competitive and that they're nice, and that they're good sportsmen. But it's really an extra special honor when a group of young people like your team brings home a distinct award such as the state championship to our town. And I think a lot of people get a real boost from that. I mean, it's just such a sense of pride. And in this time, when the kids have had to work against a lot of adversity and uncertainty, and adults have been struggling with adversity and uncertainty, it's extra special. So please convey to your team that they've done a wonderful job. They have really instilled a lot of pride in Freeport, and we're very happy for them, and we wish them the best.
Thank you. I will.
And Jason,
Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, Jason, how does it feel to see that displayed on the sign at the Public Works building?
That is awesome. and the fact that it was up for several days, weeks, it was such a good feeling to drive by that sign and see that. And, as a team, I think we're kind of in our own bubble and we just focus on what we do. And I was talking about it with my wife, and I'm starting to realize, maybe what it means to the town and people beyond our little circle. And it feels good. And the pride that the boys have and girls that we have on our team. And yeah, it's so great to see the town embrace it and recognize it. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Coach, because of the Zoom platform and everything else that's going on, you're missing out on what would normally be a team gathering at the council chambers. We have actually had a number of successful sports teams in the past, well, at least in my recent memory, every year or so, we have some team doing very well in state competition. And so it's unfortunate that you and the golf team can't convene at council chambers and get proper recognition, but we're certainly conveying our best wishes and congratulations to you this evening.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Coach.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Back to our agenda. Our second order of business is to waive the reading of the minutes of meeting number 21-20 held on October 6th, 2020, and to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further questions about the minutes as prepared by Ms. Coffin?
Quite a number of pages.
Yeah, you were busy taking a lot of notes, Sharon, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
We like to talk a lot, and you captured it all. Very good. Thank you. All right, we'll take a vote. As with all votes on the Zoom platform, we have to go vote by vote down the council line. We can't have a group vote since we need to have an electronic record of everyone's vote. Councilor Riley, voting on the minutes.
Yes.
Councilor Pilch.
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence.
Yes.
Councilor Horn.
Yes, and thank you, Sharon.
Councilor
Welcome.
Tracy.
Yes.
Councilor Whitney.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Minutes are adopted. Thank you very much. Our next order of business is announcements. And I have a couple to read. Voters may now vote in person at Town Hall. The council chambers have been turned into a very large voting booth. More information on absentee voting and how to request a ballot can be found at our town's webpage, freeportmaine.com, or you can contact the town clerk's office at 865-4743, extension 122 or 123, and speak with the clerk, Christine Wolf, or someone in her office about how to get access to your absentee ballot, or you can come down and vote in person at Town Hall. There will be a seasonal flu clinic tomorrow, Wednesday, October 21st, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Freeport Town Hall. Please call to make an appointment. It's not walk-in only. You do need an appointment. 865-4743, extension 120 is the number to call to set up your appointment. There'll be a limited number. So if you're unable to schedule, you can also find the full Chan's Midcoast Parkview Flu Shot Clinic schedule at midcoasthealth.com/flu. Chan's, which is a home healthcare agency, will be holding a drive-through flu shot clinic every Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the Midcoast Hospital Parkview campus in Brunswick, starting this weekend and ending November 9th. So if you miss out on the flu shot clinic tomorrow, you can get a flu shot at a drive-in clinic at the Parkview campus of Midcoast Hospital in Brunswick on the weekends from 8 a.m. to 4:30. Nominations are now being accepted for the 2020 Citizen of the Year. Each year, the town of Freeport Town Council presents a Citizen of the Year award to honor those who have significantly contributed to the quality of the town. Nomination forms are available at the town office and on the town's website at freeportmaine.com. Deadline for nominations is December 10th. If you've got someone in mind, please get a hold of a nomination form and fill it out and send it in to the town clerk. Any other counselors have announcements for this evening? Okay, we will continue moving on to information exchange. This is a chance for counselors to share updates, information, new ideas on community groups and committees that they have been attending and may have convened since our last meeting. Does anyone have any information exchange items they want to share? Can't hear you, Sarah. Or maybe you're not meant to be talking to us. Any counselors have something they want to share?
I'll just say Active Living met this week and pulled together a number of resources that I think you're going to hear a little bit later tonight, but I just wanted to let you know that the group's been very engaged in the bridge conversation and look forward to hearing their participation later tonight.
Great. I did get an inquiry from a resident and asked the manager to have our town engineer, Adam Bliss, available for just a brief discussion on a visual hazard at a side road off of North Route 1, Prout Road. And I went out there today and experienced the difficulty firsthand in that there are a number of vehicles parked at the end or the beginning, depending on how you look at it, but the intersection of Prout Road where it hits Route 1.
Do it quickly. I have about to present.
And it makes it difficult to get a visual eye on oncoming traffic from the northbound side of Route 1. And so I had a brief conversation with the manager, and Adam, I know, is on the call on the Zoom here this evening. Adam, have you had a chance to talk with our Public Works Director or come up with any potential ideas? Or Peter, if you've had a conversation yet?
Yeah, we talked with the police chief and Earl, the Public Works Superintendent, Earl Gibson, but neither of them are on the call. I know Adam knows about the issue, but I think Sue might have been prepared to speak on it. Adam, I'm not sure if Earl was planning to attend a little bit later or not on the call.
So this is a tricky one. It's ongoing. It's an issue that has some jurisdictional challenges to it in terms of, is it on private property? Is it in the right of way? I can say that public safety is dealing with this ongoing issue. And there are a few layers of challenges here, which I won't take the time to get into, but everyone is looking into it.
Okay. From my underinformed perspective, Adam, it's clearly an issue in the right of way of Route 1. The vehicles are parked right up towards the pavement and completely block the northbound view of traffic coming southbound on Route 1. And that was the specific highlight of the complaint, a couple of complaints that I received from residents on Prout Road. So I'm hoping that we can come up with some method to define what the right of way is with maybe some temporary fencing or something to keep the vehicles off of that so that it doesn't block the exit view of that road and those residents. So thanks for taking a look at that. Any other information exchange items before we move on? Mary, this is an information exchange for counselors. If you want to talk about something, if you could hang on until the public comment period, then we could certainly open up the microphone at that point.
I think Councilor Whitney was going to bring something up, but she dropped off the call. She had asked Mary to be here for.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, she came back. Tawny, we are at information exchange. Didn't know if you wanted to speak. We were just about to move on. Mary and I saved it, I think.
Go ahead, Tawny.
Oh, good. Thank you. Sorry, I had to have my internet reset. So hi, everybody. I spoke with Patricia O, who is our state representative for AARP, regarding what other towns are doing as COVID is not going away, to make sure that we're reaching our elders who are at home, aging in place. And one thing that other towns are doing is they are starting up their phone tree again that Freeport did when the pandemic first hit. And so we are in hopes of starting that phone tree up in about mid-November, and in hopes of identifying if anyone has any needs that we'll be able to assist them with. Also, is regarding arts and cultural, that thanks to a very generous grant that they received recently, demolition has begun. And the Meeting House Arts Building is starting to take shape. But in the meantime, they have a virtual art show that's up and running, and you can view local art and purchase it at meetinghousearts.com. Very excited to say that I've been working with a great team we call lovingly the Street Gang, and working with Mary Davis, the president of FEDC, working on the revitalization of downtown. Our current focus is, stopping the bleeding patient and getting town where it should be from now to Christmas. But Mary Davis actually has a wonderful presentation. So if Peter, you could give Mary the mic and the screen, she can update us.
Hang on, Mary.
Yep, everybody up on the panel should have screen share at this point. It's the green button down at the bottom. It says share screen. Alternately, if that's problematic, you could send it to me and I can put it up while you guys present.
Yeah, if I hit the share screen, Peter, it's my screen that I'm sharing, not.
Right, she needs to share the screen, and it should
Yeah,
be.
I think Mary's working on it, but if that's a problem, Tony, do you have it as well?
Yes.
And I don't hear her. Does everyone else hear her?
No.
No, and the problem is deeper than that, because Mary, we're showing a microphone, but we're not hearing anything.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tom. You have the information, Tony?
I have the screen, yes. I'm just waiting to see if Mary's.
Doesn't look like it.
You want me to go ahead and put it up, Mary? Okay. Well. Okay, did I do it?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, great. So we still don't have Mary though. We don't have her to
We
speak.
don't have audio. She's got permission, and if we start hearing her talking, I'm showing a microphone feed, so it's something on her end.
Oh.
Does her microphone have an on-off switch on it?
She's pretty good at this stuff, so I'm sure she.
Well, let's go on with what you've got then.
Sure. All right, so hopefully Mary will join because she's much better at this than I am. But basically, we've divided things up into 3 different buckets. The first being, as you see, sort of the pent-up demand for, making sure that when people visit as they already are and expected that they have something. A few weeks ago, the Harris Get In was booked fully for the first time since the pandemic hit. And when these visitors come, we want them to still feel like they have an active downtown to visit. And so what we're focusing on right now is sort of right now until Christmas. Like, what can we do to help Main Street feel a little more lively? And so we are working, the street gang is working together. It's LL Bean, Maine Beer, Visit Freeport, different organizations, Harrisykit, to come together to try to fill some of our empty storefronts on a temporary basis, sort of as like pop-up stores, really. And it's pretty exciting to be able to be a part of this work. Where some businesses that are out on Route 1 who have been unable to open are considering coming up to do business on Main Street. We are close to having some creative museum work brought down from Owl's Head. So just a way to, allow people that are coming to our town to have a fantastic experience. And then going from that, we will, start focusing on what they call the dead zone, which will be, after Christmas, till what seems like forever, March, April. And again, this group of individuals and businesses in Freeport are a fabulous group to work with. They have excellent creative ideas, and it's just a great joy to work with them. And then, of course, going down further, and some of these things will overlap, but would be the bigger work of strategic work going down the road. But I really wish Mary were here, because again, I barely touched on all the great work that's been being done by this committee. Thanks, Eric. I'll give you back your screen unless you can steal it from me, Peter.
There we go. Yep. Tony, I just got an email right before the meeting from Christina at GP Cog that they are embarking on a program and an initiative to really highlight winter activities in the community to enhance and really identify visiting the greater Portland area, which Freeport is a member of, as a winter destination. Trying to pattern after what the city of Quebec does with all of its winter activities, which is a considerable winter festival. If you've ever been up there, it's, it rivals anything that happens in the warm seasons, that's for sure, maybe even bigger. So I think, and the invitation was there for our community to join that effort at GP Cog, which I don't see any hurdles to doing that. We're a member of GP Cog, and we certainly have things to contribute to that effort. So I would imagine that would be something we'd probably engage in, but it'd be something we can talk about. And if there's an official action, we can bring it up at a subsequent council meeting. But if it's just a matter of participating and joining in efforts, then unless somebody has some real strong objections to it, we'll go ahead and indicate our willingness to participate.
That would be great. What we were hoping to create here in Freeport. So it would be wonderful to be a part of that. And I think Mary's back. Are you back, Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ah, there we go.
Oh, my, you can hear me.
Sorry, Mary. I didn't do you justice.
No, it didn't work on my laptop that it did on my phone. Thank you, Tawny, and thank you, all of you. I think the bigger reason I wanted to be here today is because we had talked, I think it was in the last council meeting, about the idea of consulting and finding help, kind of external ideas to help us figure out where we're going and what's next. And on that downtown transition plan, we quickly realized, both from talking to consultants and talking with these great teams of individuals who have been participating. And I want to thank Councillor Tawny, and I'm not using the right term, it's about also Dan, because you have been so involved in this and have really helped us to develop the plans that we have in place now about where we're going with strategic thinking. And the first thing is really focusing on the here and now that Tawny was talking about. We have a great working group of individuals, which we lovingly call the Street Gang. And they are folks, including the town, Beans, Chamber, Visit Freeport, who have really are making things happen. Because we know when this the pent-up demand bursts, and people want to come to Freeport like they did last weekend, we want to be ready, and we want Freeport to look like a great place to come and stay. So that group is working on what are some of the things that we can put into place now? And you'll see on the second page of this presentation, which I'm going to move to, and I don't know, can you see my screen, or Tawny, do you have to do it?
Do you want me to put it back up?
No, you don't have to.
Mary, I can put it back up.
I'll just talk at it. Well, there's projects that this group is trying to do, and this is again just to let the council know, it's filling the storefronts with unique options to draw visitors. We've already talked to people like Owl's Head and artisans and farmers market about getting things into those storefronts so they are full in this fourth quarter. So people walk by, they don't wonder why everything's empty. We're supporting the things that are being driven by Visit Freeport and Beans. Visit Freeport has done a great job in the last month of doing makers in Maine. They've brought folks into Freeport, and with ideas that are now coming from this wonderful group of people who are working together and from the consultants that Tawny and I are talking to, we're coming up with more ideas of what we can do here and now. The next portion is planning for what we call this dead zone. And as the consultants are saying to us, we have a new market to go after that we never had before, which is families who are working remotely, their kids are going to school remotely, and they can visit and spend more time in Freeport. So there's a lot that we're doing in that downtown coordinated marketing that has to do with looking at the strategy of the future, but sort of flexing to what is changing as COVID goes along. So that's what we're focusing on now. As we go back into the future planning, we will be coming back to you with requests for dollars on the what we call the immediate or the next phase, which is over the 3 years. As we're looking for a consultant to help us still think about what do we want Freeport to look like as we come out of COVID and go forward. So we'll still be coming back to you with some money requests from that. Right now, we're just, thankfully, we have consultants who are working with us free to do that first downtown coordinated efforts. So that's where we are. The only other thing I wanted to say, and I'm happy to come at a different time to give you a more complete update, that if you also look, the other thing that we've been working on is the diversification of the downtown area, which thank you. Town of Freeport, thank you, Caroline, thank you with this working group, thank you, Sewer District. We have made some really good progress there, and it's really great that this whole organization of the town, of the council, of all of these businesses are working together to do these good moves for downtown. So this is just my saying thank you. We've got a lot going on, and we're going to be knocking on your doors for more help. So thank you. I'm done.
I love the energy, Mary. It's fantastic to see all of this momentum.
It is.
You know, not just one channel here or one channel there. It's got 20 tentacles. It's happening all over the place. So it's great to see that. Thanks for coordinating that.
Absolutely. And John, again, I just want to say it takes a village to make this happen. And if you look at the names that are down there on their working groups, these are multiple counselors. These are multiple members from the town. It's FEDC. It is Visit Freeport. It's businesses. It's citizens who are reaching out to help us. So it's just really encouraging to be in a time where everybody wants to make it happen. So yay, Freeport.
Nice job, Mary.
Yeah, Mary's the best. She's awesome.
Oh boy. We all make a good team. So anyway, thank you. Done. And I'm going to get off my phone because I don't know what to do now. Okay.
Thanks, Mary.
Chair Egan, permission to leave the meeting?
Sure. Maybe we'll see you a little bit later, Sarah.
I will do my best. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, John, I just muted you. I was going
that's
over
okay.
Sarah and she disappeared and you,
That's okay.
between when she disappeared and when you appeared, I had already pushed the button, so.
So our next order of business is the town manager's report. Peter, and you'll have to take yourself off of mute.
There we go. All right, Mr. Chair, thank you. We've got quite the audience today, so I'll be as brief as I can with some weighty subjects. First, I want to start by announcing something. Hold on, let me check the attendee list here. Got to see who's in the audience. Well, the person I'm about to talk about will be in the audience later on, but is not right now. And that's our police chief, Sue Nurse. Sue has, as expected and as planned for the past year, has formally notified me that of her retirement coming up. This is not a surprise, but it may be to some. The chief has been yeah, the chief has been very open with us, you know, about her dates and things like that and planned retirements. So I just want to take a little bit of time to recognize her, even though she's not in the audience immediately. But she's got 35 years of experience at our department as a police officer, and she's worked her entire way up from, you know, working as a dispatcher and part-time patrol officer, you know, all the way through the ranks to chief of police. We joked that, you know, the other day with her that the only position she didn't hold over there was janitor, and that might have been a step up from some of her entry-level positions and the things she was dealing with. So, you know, she's had a heck of a lot of service to the town, and anybody that knows Sue knows that she's extremely dedicated to the community, and involved in the community beyond her, you know, official job duties. She's out there, and she won't hesitate to stop and talk to anybody that pulls her over on the side of the street or at the grocery store with questions, and just is extremely involved in the community. She does not anticipate any of that changing, although she will be stepping down from her official role. She's still going to stick around, so we're really happy about that.
What's the time frame on that, Peter? I didn't catch those dates.
She's planning for the end of the year right now. So I've tried several times. I've got a nice letter here from her that I've tried to throw back at her several times, but it keeps ending up back on my desk. So I think it's official. You know, and I joke about not accepting it, but she has been, you know, for the past at least year, let us know that it's kind of coming, without the exact date, but she's figured that out with her, for her own personal reasons. So I can't say anything. I can't say enough good things about her, and this probably isn't the time to blather on and on, but that time will be in the future, and I will do that before she retires for sure. But just need to put that out to the council that transition is happening. It's a good time right now because we're fully staffed over there. So for like the first time in I don't know how many years, that's been an ongoing joke between the two of us that just with policing being what it is and people leaving and taking new jobs all the time, even in the best situations, it's impossible to keep a full staff, never mind the fact that everyone's looking for good officers. And we have a tendency to get the good officers at the beginning, and then they want to go up and up and up, and they are good people. So they go up and up and up and leave us and move up in other places. So she's done a fantastic job in that regards too. And so I'm a little disappointed, but very appreciative and, respecting of what Sue has put in for the town in over 35 years. And, most recently, I think she's been about 4 years, might even be more than that she's been chief, and she's done a fantastic job. So that's out there. There you go, council. You stay tuned. We'll have a recruitment process hitting the ground, and I anticipate that being very similar to the process that we used when we hired Sue. So maybe not quite so lengthy in today's environment, but will be an external process, and we will move through it. So that's where we're at.
Great, thank you.
We've got good succession on, in the interim, with our lieutenant is a long time, Freeport employee and Freeporter, and lives right next door. So we're in good hands in the interim. If there's a gap between Chief Nurse leaving and a new chief coming on with our Lieutenant Goodwin. So no rush. We'll do it right, and we'll move forward. So sorry if that's a surprise to anyone. I know that was out there a little bit. And in other news, I want to just add on to what the chair said about early voting, absentee ballots, early voting. There is a deadline coming up, and that's next Friday, which is October 30th. And that's going to be the last day to vote in person, and that's by state law. That's not by our policies. And that's, the town hall is usually closed on Fridays, but we're going to open from 12 to 7 that day, just because it's an important, the demand and the level of people through the door the past few weeks tell us that we need to be open on that day. So that Friday, the 30th, is the last day for in-person voting. You can return your absentee ballots up until 8 p.m. on election day. On Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, they can be returned to the town hall, either at the drop box or at the clerk's office, depending if we're open or not. But on Tuesday, the 3rd, election day, all absentee ballots that are outstanding have to be returned to the polling place, and all voting has to take place in the polling place unless it's an emergency situation that you get in touch with the town clerk about doing an absentee vote. So that's really important. There are a few exceptions. For example, if you're ill unexpectedly, or if you have to leave unexpectedly and you didn't know about it, you'd have to show us that that's the case, or some unanticipated medical emergency, things like that. There are several reasons you can get an absentee ballot up until the last day, but you've got to talk to the clerk's office on that after, I think it's after Monday. So,
Right.
So remember, Friday the 30th, that's when you can stop coming into the town hall to vote. And then anything after that's going to have to go, if you want to vote in person, to the polls on Tuesday. And last but not least, our clerk reported just before the meeting that the clerk's office, so that's Chris and Lynn, and who are being all-stars this week and the last week and the week before that, for the past month, actually. And they've got several election employees who are also working in the council chambers, just like if they were at the high school working. So we've got clerks checking people in and taking ballots and things like that down there. It's like we've been running a part-time election for the past 3 weeks here, and it's going great. They have put out 4,172 ballot requests so far, out of 7,500 plus registered voters. So, and we have returned 3,200 of those 4,100 ballots. So there's, that includes both ones that have been mailed back and returned back, as well as people who have voted in person. So that's huge. That's about 40% voter turnout already, that we have ballots in the vault to be counted. So that's really impressive, and just want to give them a huge acknowledgement for that work that they've been going into and taking it very seriously. I know they're coming in daily on the weekends and sometimes twice a day to empty the ballot box, the drop box, to make sure that it's not full. There's no problem with that. It's only been getting about a third full, but they're pulling, hundreds of dropped off ballots over the weekend out of that and putting them inside the town hall in the vault. So fantastic numbers, fantastic job they're doing. And fantastic job by the voters, really getting out early and, making it so there's not a last minute crush if they have concerns, which is all that everybody had asked. The only thing that people could ask them to do. And we're still expecting some light in-person voting on election day, of course. But, with already 4,100 ballots out, 3,200 returned, well, there could only be 3,000 people walking through the doors at this point in time, even if every single person showed up, and that would be 100% turnout, which there's no way we would achieve. So great job by the clerk's office, and we're excited and moving forward and almost relieved. We've got a couple more weeks. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Glad to hear that it's going very smooth. It's nice to counter what might be happening or is supposedly being threatened to be happening elsewhere. So it's great that our crew is doing a great job and that we've got numerous avenues for our residents to vote. The next item on the agenda is the 6th order of business, and that is the public comment period. I see a significant number of attendees in the waiting room, which tells me that there may be somebody there who wants to participate in this particular segment. This is one of several that we're going to have. This particular section is public comment on non-agenda items. So this would be if you've got an idea or something concerning you, or you've got a complaint about something, or the council chair is not responding to your email or something like that, please, this is the time to bring forward on non-agenda items. We are going to be talking about the DOT bridge project. We are going to be talking about, I gotta look on the other business items here. We're going to be talking about the modifications to the shellfish licensing, and we are going to be talking about food trucks. So those are items that are already on the agenda. But if you have something else that you would like to speak about, this is the chance to do so. And the way you do that is you use the raise hand feature on the bottom of your Zoom screen, or potentially along the side, depending on your orientation. Once you click on the raise hand, then the manager will see that recognize you and bring you over to the active side of the Zoom meeting, and you'll be able to address the council in person live time. And it looks like we have a raised hand already. Councilor Riley, did you have?
Yes,
something?
one of the items that we tabled last meeting was the complete streets policy that should have been on the agenda for this particular meeting. So that would be a fair topic to discuss during this time period.
Okay, yeah, the reason why it's not on the agenda is that the staff were unable to, because of everything else going on, were unable to coordinate and get their comments interpreted so that we could have a final presentation of that. But you're right, that was tabled at the last meeting, and that could be a topic on this particular segment. Peter, I see at least one hand up. Do you want to bring over Mr. McBride?
Mr. McBride, if you're sure we should do that, I guess we'll let him talk, Mr. Chair. Hold on a second. Against my better judgment. Keith, you're live.
Well, thank you very much. I promise I'll make it brief. It's something that was touched on by Mary in her presentation, but I think deserves to be acknowledged here. The Freeport Sewer District took an incredible step in acknowledgement of what's in the best interest of the town and our potential development future this year when they took a look at their upcoming budget and decided that they would hold the line on any increases to user per gallon rates, and also are announcing a 30% across the board reduction in all connection and capacity fees. And as I think most of the council knows, probably all of the council knows, this has been a significant issue for the town and has been a barrier in a lot of different development projects, downtown, Route 1 South, everywhere else. So again, I think it's important to acknowledge it as a community because their mindset on this was looking at what's in the best interest of the community, trying to escape from these particularly difficult times. We have very high priority goals to meet for development, and they said that we want to do our part to help make it so that we can get where we need to be coming out of COVID. So I want to thank them very much, and I want to acknowledge that. And I know there's been a little bit of press here and there about it, but I think it needs to be celebrated. So thank you to them for taking that big step. It's going to make a huge difference.
Keith, could I just add 2 cents into that as well? Former councilor and sewer district manager Lee Harris, who I think we all know, came in actually and talked with Keith and I maybe a month or two ago, or maybe a month before this happened, and said, what can we do? These are kind of things that have been bouncing around, but what do you think? And Keith said, all the business stuff we've been talking about for 3 or 4, or I don't know, Keith, how long has it been? 5 years, that's been bouncing around the development fee things. And I said, oh, and user fees too. And Keith said, yeah, and user fees. And I said, and development, we're both saying the same thing in 1-2 and 2-1 order. And Lee took and said, okay, we'll see what we can do. And he went back to his board and came back with it and did it. I mean, I was very impressed as well as Keith was that they're trying to step up to help out, knowing that there's an economic downturn, that maybe this could spur a couple projects on if they cut those fees for developers. So good job, guys. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you, Keith. Anyone else listening as an attendee or in the spectator audience section that would like to address the council during the public comment period? This is where you'd raise your hand and indicate your wish to address the council, and the manager will recognize you and move you over. And not seeing
No hands,
any,
Mr. Chair.
not seeing any other raised hands. I just want to make sure, sometimes people are a little shy, don't want to necessarily be the first one. You can hit *6 if you're calling in on your phone and want to participate that way. And we'll have some opportunities at the end of the meeting when we get to our other business for public comment on those 3 topics that we'll be discussing. But I just want to make sure that we've got given everybody a fair shake here to participate in the public comment period. Okay, not seeing any further indication, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period and move on to our 7th order of business, which is to take action on the following items of the business as read by the council chair, to consider action relative to adopting the October 20th, 2020 consent agenda. Be it ordered that the October 20th, 2020 consent agenda be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The consent agenda was provided in the council packet. However, I have a couple of additions to several of the names that were on the second item of election clerks. So I'm going to read the list of 9 names: Ann McCormack, David Barham, Spencer Egan, Ryan Galway, Susan Brackett, Ellen Peer, Ellen Ellis, and Geraldine Campanelli. Though there's a slightly modified list of names due to the volume and interest of election workers. Christine, our clerk, added a few extra participants on that squad to handle the volume of both early voting and election day voting. But otherwise, are there any other reasons to take any of the items off of the consent agenda? There's a victualer's license. We're appointing wardens and deputy wardens for election day. The names are listed there, and we're also granting a liquor license for Brickyard Hollow Brewing Company at 20 Bow Street. Any reason to take any of those items off of the consent agenda? Peter.
Probably want to move to take 15920 off and then amend those to include those 3. So in case there's a challenge on that, we want to make sure that's airtight.
So move to amend.
Okay.
Second.
So we'll remove item number 159-20 and vote on that separately. Otherwise, the consent agenda with the other 3 items, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Councillor Pilch.
Yes.
Councillor Horn.
Yes.
Councillor Riley.
Yes.
Councillor Whitney.
Yes.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the one item taken off as amended, we're going to appoint the following election clerks to serve until May 1st, 2022. Just to speed this up here, be it ordered that the following additional election clerks be appointed to serve until May 1, 2022. Ann McCormick, David Barham, Spencer Egan, Ryan Galway, Susan Brackett, Ellen Peer, Ellen Ellis, and Geraldine Campanelli.
Second.
Second.
Okay, the list of names has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on those members that we're appointing to be election clerks? Go ahead and take a vote. Councillor Pilch.
Yes.
Councillor Horn.
Yes.
Councillor Riley.
Yes.
Councillor Whitney.
Yes.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Great, so we have taken care of the consent agenda. Our next item is number 155-20 to consider action relative to proposed amendments to section 413 Village Commercial 1, VC1 of the Freeport zoning ordinance, adding existing single-family dwellings as a permitted use in that zone. We're going to have a public hearing. Councillor Horn, could you please open the public hearing?
Certainly, I motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All those, we're going to vote in favor of that, opening the public hearing. Councillor Pilch.
Yes.
Councillor Horn.
Yes.
Councillor Riley.
Yes.
Councillor Whitney.
Yes.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. We are opening the public hearing. Councillor Horn, could you please read the be it ordained so that we know what we have in front of us here before we take public comment?
Yep. Be it ordained that the proposed amendments to section 413 Village Commercial 1 VC, which is VC1 of the Freeport zoning ordinance, adding existing single-family dwellings as a permitted use in that zone, be approved as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and the public hearing is now open. We have our planner with us, Caroline Pelletier. Is there a brief context? Caroline, we've heard this issue before when we schedule this public hearing, but for those listening, if you could just identify in very brief summary what this action is proposing to do, and then we can open up the public hearing.
Thank you. So as mentioned at the last meeting, this was an applicant-driven agenda item We have a resident that lives in the village, the downtown area, which is mostly commercial. They wanted to put on an addition only to find out that single family homes are not a permitted use downtown. So they would have had to go to the Board of Appeals to be able to do that and prove hardship, which is a pretty hard test. So they decided to apply to the planning board. The board talked about some different options with the applicant. The proposal before you is to allow existing single family homes to be considered permitted uses. The proposal is set up so that if adopted, it would be homes that exist as of this date would be considered permitted uses. Therefore, they could add on meeting any current standards that are in place. It would not allow new single family homes. It was decided that would be a much bigger discussion that needed to take place. So again, it would just allow existing single family homes to be permitted uses, and the applicant, I think, is present in the audience tonight.
All right, this is a public hearing. Members of the public are encouraged to step forward and let us know what they're thinking about this particular change. The way to do that is to use the raise hand feature on your Zoom screen or hit *6 on your telephone. Peter, do we have anyone interested in addressing the council during the public hearing?
Not at this point, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just want to make sure the public hearing is the public participation segment of any language or ordinance change that the council entertains. This is the opportunity for the public to let us know if we're heading in the right direction or the wrong direction according to them, or possibly adding comments of support or opposition. So I just want to make sure that we have enough chance to solicit any interest from members who might be attending on the Zoom this evening. And I don't see any hands raised in the entire list of 20+ participants there. So I guess we'll go ahead and Councilor Horn, could you please make a motion to close the public hearing and we can have a discussion up here at the council?
Yes, I motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we're going to vote on the closure of the public hearing portion. Councilor Pilch,
Yes.
Councilor Horn,
Yes.
Councilor Riley,
Yes.
Councilor Whitney,
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. We are closing the public hearing and we can have finish up our discussion amongst the council members on this particular ordinance change. Any comments or questions for Caroline? Councilor Horn.
Yeah, I'll say I support what's being proposed here. I'm also curious, you mentioned that this wouldn't include new construction. That would be a larger conversation. I mean, in the spirit of diversifying the downtown, I'm just wondering if that's a conversation that should happen. I don't know what the reasons are for not allowing single family dwellings in downtown, and maybe there are really good reasons and we don't want to do that, but it just occurred to me that maybe there are reasons to allow them. And I don't claim to have any expertise in that area, but if you think there's merit for that discussion to go forward, then I would support that too.
My question also, to tag in with what Eric said, was does this go before planning board or design review for the continued modification of the ordinance to allow for any new single family homes to be constructed in this zone?
Do you want me to address that, Councilor Egan?
Please do. Yeah, please do, Caroline.
A change to the zoning ordinance would have to go through the planning board. In this case, again, this was an applicant-driven agenda item. It was for the change that is before you. It did come, single-family homes came up during the planning board's discussion. Our current comp plan doesn't mention that in the village. You know, our comp plan is coming up to be revamped. And, 10 years ago when we were doing our comp plan, the focus was on the commercial and keeping that heavy commercial presence. So you don't see a lot of single family reference. It was also acknowledged that we're going to have this visioning occurring for the village, and we're probably better to look at it as a whole in all of those recommendations together instead of piecemealing it. So I think you'll see the conversation. I don't think it's far down the road, but I think it will be a more fuller approach to looking at the village in its entirety, not just piecing it together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we go ahead and vote? I'll just add that 18 or 19 years ago, in my first effort to get involved in town proceedings, I was a member of an ad hoc residence committee to look at affordable housing in the community. And at the time, that group proposed having accessory dwelling units as an allowable use in downtown areas. And there was virtually no appetite at that time to consider such a move. And so it's very heartwarming to me individually to see that this is coming forward. And I'm glad that it appears, since we're about to have our vote here, that it looks like it's going to go forward. And so thank you to the applicant for pushing this forward. And it's an opportunity to, again, further diversify what's going on in our downtown community. Councilor Riley.
I recognize the applicant, and I know of the location where the house is and know that he definitely needs to be able to expand in that house, but also similar houses along in that same area will now have the freedom to make their properties probably more substantial and better for the community.
Right, great. Any other comments before we vote on this particular item? We've had our public hearing. We'll now take a vote on the proposed amendment to the land use ordinance. Councilor Pilch?
Yes.
Councilor Horn?
Yes.
Councilor Riley?
Yes.
Councilor Whitney?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much, Caroline. And thanks to that resident who brings this forward. Glad we can add this on to our allowable uses in the VC1. Our next item is item number 156-20 to consider action relative to setting a public hearing to discuss proposed amendments to sections 104 and sections 413.c.5 of our zoning ordinance, which would replace masonry with non-combustible and non-masonry to combustible for the purpose of measuring setbacks, and add a definition for non-combustible to the ordinance. Councilor Riley, could you please read the be it ordered?
Be it ordered that a public hearing be scheduled for December 1, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom meeting to discuss the proposed amendments to section 104 and section 413.c.5 of the Freeport zoning ordinance.
Second.
And the further ordered?
Be it further ordered that copies be distributed equally between town clerk's office, the town manager's office, and the Freeport Community Library for inspection by citizens during normal business hours, and notice be placed on Freeport's local cable channel and the town's website.
Second.
All right, been moved and seconded. We're not discussing this item tonight. We're just setting the public hearing. Caroline, anything we should know about that may be brewing controversial or becoming a hot topic or anything like that?
We could call it a hot topic. So, this was an interesting one. We looked back through the ordinance, and in the early 80s, our standard in the village didn't have a setback if you had a fire rated facade. In the 80s, we had a complete overhaul. There's a major fire. And the ordinance language changed to use masonry and non-masonry. If you look in the village, you'll see that from the outside, it doesn't look like we have a ton of masonry construction that's happened. And reviewing the record, we couldn't tell if it was because people truly wanted buildings that looked like they were built out of masonry or stone or brick, or if it was really for fire rating. We have an applicant. The Historical Society is actually the applicant that wants to do a project. They would prefer not to have it be masonry because it's a vault. They want to have a steel constructed structure. So they worked with the Planning and Codes Department and came up with a definition. And so what you have before you, I would say, will modernize that term of masonry and non-masonry and change it to combustible and non-combustible. A new definition is proposed. It would really refer you back to the building code. So as materials change and modernize, if they are considered non-combustible per the building code, they would be allowed to have the reduced setbacks. That being said, don't expect the appearance of the village just to change overnight, because we'd still have design review in place. So people still will have to come through, you know, that existing process. But as far as the walls behind the facade, it will give them a different option.
Great. Thank you. We're just setting the public hearing for December 1, which is our next action-oriented meeting after the placement of new counselors on November 11th. Any other comments or questions about this before we go ahead and set the public hearing? All right, Councilor Pilch,
Yes.
Councilor Horn,
Yes.
Councilor Riley,
Yes.
Councilor Whitney,
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. We'll go ahead and set that public hearing for December 1, 2020 at 6:30. Our next item of business is number 157-20, to consider action relative to the creation of a racial equity assessment ad hoc committee. Councilor Whitney, could you please read the be it ordered and the further ordered?
Yes. Be it ordered that the Racial Equity Assessment Ad Hoc Committee be established to exist until 10/20/21, unless otherwise extended by further order by the Town Council. Be it further ordered that the Racial Equity Assessment Ad Hoc Committee be charged with the following: review of existing municipal procedures, HR policies, and other instruments of municipal governance to assure avoidance of implicit racial bias contained within, and additionally, to propose suggested clarification for inclusion language addition. Wow. To be it further ordered that the committee be composed of 7 members at large appointed by the Town Council. Be it further ordered that the Racial Equity Assessment Ad Hoc Committee be considered a public body of the town of Freeport, and as such will keep records or all meetings and comply with all relevant public meeting laws of the state of Maine.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is the formal action of creating this citizens-driven committee that we've been talking about the last several meetings. We've had some direction, and there are certainly other communities in our service area, in our market area here in southern Maine that are embarking on this exact same thing. For instance, the town of Cape Elizabeth just recently formed their committee with an official council action. And I believe Cumberland is taking a look at it, and the city of Portland already has one. The elements in this order this evening are to officially convene the committee. The actual process of getting individuals onto those slots on the committee will be a little bit of a subsequent process. There are some suggestions from the citizens group that was encouraging us to participate in this. So there'll be some names coming, and the appointments committee will actually take those names and formalize that to present at a subsequent council meeting, perhaps as soon as the 1st of December for getting this committee going. The initial term is for a year with the idea that that would be a good starting point. There's nothing specific limiting this to a one-year term if the group needs additional time to continue, nor does it have to continue for a year if they're able to convene and conclude their work in a shorter time. I'm recommending that the 7 members on the committee include either a counselor or someone that the council directs to represent the council on that committee. And I don't know if I'm not going to impose on you here cold on the bench to solicit a volunteer, but think about that if you'd like to participate. Councilor Horn, I'm looking at you since you're going to have all of this free time now getting off of the council. No, I'm just teasing. Anyway, that's the procedure that we're going forward. There is some focus on making sure that the committee members that we end up with truly do reflect the diverse, both racial and economic diversity within our community, and that that the selection is based on the applicant's statement of interest and an effort to create a community that reflects our diversity, and that the selection process also includes a COVID-safe conversation with the applicant. So we'll have an opportunity to be thoughtful and mindful and purposeful about selecting those members onto that committee, and encourage the appointments committee to proceed with that. It would be splendid if we had that committee impaneled by December 1, but I think we'd rather get it right than get it fast. So if the appointments committee needs a little bit more time with everything else going on in the month of November, we can certainly entertain that. Other comments about this committee? Councilor Lawrence.
Just one well, I've got two questions. First one is under the second, be it further order, the last one, where it says, and as such will keep records. Should that be for all meetings or of all meetings instead of or?
Yeah, I think it's of, yep, not or, it's a misprint, yep.
Keep records of all meetings. Thank you for catching that.
And the other question I have, we're just focusing on racial and not equity for everybody on this. I mean, I'm thinking if we have racial, we're going to have the LGBTQ community coming in after this. Just when you put racial in it, seems, I understand that's a main point, but shouldn't it be kind of, isn't there a more all-encompassing?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the impetus of getting this discussion going is to identify implicit racial bias, but I think we want to be able to identify and highlight any areas of implicit bias, period, that are contained in our documents, which is the reason for the last segment in the first be it ordered, which is inclusive language being added to make sure that we're being as inclusive as we can in our instruments of municipal governments. I like saying that phrase. It sounds like it's from somebody's textbook somewhere, but yeah, you're right, Councilor Lawrence, that we are particularly focused on avoiding racial bias as a largely white community with an all-white council and largely all-white staff. So we want to make sure that we're in tune to that. But the idea is to avoid bias anywhere towards any particular group that may feel marginalized. So good catch on that as well. Any other comments?
I think that might be a much bigger, I'm not discouraging what Councilor Lawrence just said at all, but that may be a much bigger review, because I'm aware, I'm not aware of anything that jumps out at me, explicit racial problems, language in any of our stuff, but I am aware that even from a gender basis, there's a lot of 1970s language where everybody that's a town official is assumed to be a he. I think our police chief, Sue Nurse, is on the call right now, and she and I have a little running joke. Anytime we modify anything that has to do with the police chief, it has to change from he to they, because almost every reference in public works director, I think, is another one, but almost any reference in our books automatically assumes, because in the 70s it would always be a male police chief or something. So we have a good time with finding those and ferreting them out, but I know they're everywhere through our ordinances, hundreds of pages of stuff. So
and to your point, I think that's an easy one to fix. It should be saying they or person. I don't think there's any real controversy there, and I think if it came to a court of law, it would be really hard pressed. I think he is usually a pronoun that just describes a person instead of, but I mean, and I understand what you're saying, but since we're going through this, how many times do we want to go through it?
Yeah, and I'm all in support of that. I just want to clarify what exactly we're tasked, because there's going to be some staff involvement on that. If that is what we're tasking, that I 100% support that. I think everybody would, just so we know what we're being asked to do, though.
And maybe we could put in an amendment that says, if it says he, it really means they. At least to initially cover all that.
Right. Right. And inclusive language. I think that the phrase in the first part there, that at the end of the first one, that really captures that.
Yep.
There are particular elements of discrimination that are described in federal law. And so we can start with that to make sure that we don't have any implicit racial bias that might be creating discriminatory tendencies or discriminatory climates on the basis of those elements. Any other questions or comments on this? Councilor Pilch?
I wonder if we should be more direct in terms of what we're charging the committee to do. And there are sort of 2 points of view. One is I don't want to diminish the importance of them focusing on racial equity, because I think that's a key motivating factor for getting the committee established and an important goal for them to address. On the other hand, if we want them to focus on equity and inclusiveness for other groups as well, might we not want to call out what those groups are? Because you can sort of expand that into tons and tons of different groups. Are we talking about Indigenous peoples, LGBTQ, poverty-related issues, geographic-related issues? There are a lot of different groups that could claim to be disadvantaged or marginalized. So do we want to call that out, or do we want to give them some language to be able to go beyond just racial equity and let the group decide what they want to do? Or do we want to constrain them?
Should be all of that, shouldn't it? I mean,
yeah, I guess Peter and Tony and I contributed to this, the wording in this here, and it seems that the focus here is to give some broad parameters to the committee, but I think the committee's membership is, likely going to have some particular perspectives, or hopefully will have some particular perspectives. And, I'd certainly think that the committee could come back to the council and say, well, we convened and we'd like to address the following, and we could, we could sort of endorse that path. Sitting here as a white guy with white privilege and my perspective on this, I'm trying to be as open-minded as I can, but I don't think I could articulate all of the potential areas that might be out there because of my lens, which is precisely why I think we want this committee to have some diverse representation to be able to identify things. So that's why it is as broad as it is right now.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I would prefer they be more broad than less broad. So I'm happy to kind of help revisit that if we need to.
All right, so we have a typo amendment to the third, be it ordered, but any other changes that somebody would like to suggest in terms of the wording?
I'm just still kind of hung up on just putting it as racial equity. Could it be equity assessment for all, or?
Yeah, equity, fairness and equity, or something like that.
Yeah, fairness and equity. Right?
Fairness and equity
assessment. And I know that racial is a big part of that, but that seems very limiting.
John, do you need me to read that again with the change?
Well, I'm just looking at the be it ordered, and Chip is suggesting maybe that we take the word racial out of the name of the committee. And so that it is a equity assessment ad hoc committee.
Or personal Because that in itself is limiting.
Yeah, maybe we do a racial equity and inclusion
Okay.
assessment. Does that,
I think
that actually makes it more broad.
it does.
And it doesn't diminish that the initial purpose of the committee is to look at racial inequity, but
Right.
also makes it so they're not limited just to that. I think that's a great move.
Just to that, yep.
Yep, I agree.
Right, and then in just jumping in here, and then on that first, is it the first be it ordered? No, it's the first be it further ordered where it says avoidance of implicit racial bias. You could say implicit racial or other biases.
How about just implicit biases?
Yeah.
Yep, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's what we're trying to get rid of, right? The implicit biases to any one group.
Yep.
Yep.
Good spot.
Okay. So we need an amendment. Do we actually have to vote on an amendment first, Peter, and then vote on the be it ordered again?
Yeah, you want to amend your standing order. There's a motion and a second on the floor, correct?
There is.
Yep. So you're going to want to, somebody's going to want to move to amend the title in those several places and the language implicit biases instead of implicit racial bias.
Councilor Whitney, do you want to try and make an amendment there with?
Yeah, I mean, I can try. I don't feel that, actually, Eric, could you do I feel like the first one, I didn't have a chance to edit it. I was trying to catch up, flipping my page.
Sure.
I didn't.
What was the exact phrase that you used, John, for the name of the
Racial equity and inclusion.
and inclusion? Okay. Yeah. So you want me to give it a shot here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be it ordered that the racial and inclusion.
Well, you're making a motion to amend.
Excuse me.
Making a motion to amend and then read.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend item 157-20 to read, be it ordered that the racial and inclusive or inclusion?
Racial equity and inclusion.
And inclusion, yeah. That the racial and equity inclusion assessment ad hoc committee be established to exist until October 20th, 2021, unless otherwise extended by future order of the town council. Be it further ordered that the racial equity and inclusion assessment ad hoc committee be charged with the following review of existing municipal procedures, HR procedures, and other instruments of municipal governance to assure avoidance of implicit bias contained within. And additionally, to propose suggested clarifications for inclusive language addition. Be it further ordered that the committee be composed of 7 members at large appointed by the town council. Be it further ordered that the racial equity and inclusion assessment ad hoc committee be considered a public body of the town of Freeport, and as such will keep records of all meetings and comply with all relevant public meeting laws of the state of Maine.
Second.
Okay, so that's our amendment. We'll vote on the amendment first, and then we'll take a second vote to adopt the order. Councilor Pilch,
Yes.
Councilor Horn,
Yes.
Councilor Riley,
Yes.
Councilor Whitney,
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Okay, so we have adopted the amended language. Now we will go ahead and adopt the order 157-20. I think we need a motion to move the amended order.
I motion to vote on the amended order. So what you
Second.
want?
Councilor Pilch,
Yes.
Councilor Horn,
Yes.
Councilor Riley,
Yes.
Councilor Whitney,
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Great. We got that accomplished. Thank you all. We'll have some additional follow-up. As I said, potentially maybe a list of names from the appointments committee at our December 1st first working meeting of the new council. But can't promise that yet because I don't know what the timing looks like in terms of being able to solicit members and have a chance to have some dialogue about who's going to be on the committee. But thank you very much for your support and for your contributions to, again, getting this right. We are done with the action items on our agenda, and we have some other business. I apologize for the folks who are here to talk about the bridge issue. Councilor Tracy specifically asked if we could move that one down the line just a bit to allow for her to return to the meeting. She's got a personal family event that she's attending this evening, but has some keen ideas to participate in that conversation. So in a hopefully a more efficient manner, we can get to the other two items on their other business agenda and have a thorough discussion on the bridge proposal from MDOT. The second item, which will now become number one, is the potential inclusion of food trucks as a permitted use in various commercial districts throughout town. We are getting support and, we're getting advocacy from entrepreneurs, both with existing food trucks and those who might be contemplating it, to change our ordinance, which right now only allows food trucks at events and only in certain areas, to entertain the idea of us having our ordinance allow food trucks in specific areas, but unattached to an event so that they could be parked there at any time and conducting their business. Caroline, you want to give just a brief context of what we might be considering? We're not taking action this evening, but I know we have some members in the public who would like to participate. And so we'll open that up in just a second. But if you could just give us a little bit of context on where we are now with our current language for food trucks and what might we consider.
Sure. So I sent a memo which was in your packets, but as you know, food trucks are relatively new to Freeport. I believe we adopted the language in 2014. It was brought forward to the town from an existing business that was looking to have a food truck. There was great debate and a lot of public opinion. At the end of the day, the recommendation and the final language adopted by the town council was fairly strict. Like John said, it allowed food trucks in two ways. One way was accessory to artisan food and beverage uses in certain districts. There's only a handful of cases where those were permitted. And number two was with special events. In Freeport, a special event is a specific activity where there's expected gathering of more than 250 people in attendance, and they require notification to the police department. So something like fireworks, summer concert series, or some of the other events that Visit Freeport has hosted. More recently, we had a resident and business owner in Freeport who did bring a change to the food truck ordinance. They are now allowed on Route 1 South accessory to any existing business. If you want to look at making some changes, you have a couple different options. Number one would be to possibly permanently amend the ordinance to expand where food trucks are allowed. Because it's in the zoning ordinance, legally it would have to be taken up by the planning board. It would have to follow a public hearing notification process. They would have to make a recommendation and find it consistent with the comp plan. Option number two would be if you wanted to try to do something temporarily under the emergency ordinance. Something that came to mind were two options. One option would be under the emergency ordinance to temporarily allow food trucks in additional zoning districts beyond where they are today. If you wanted to go that route, we could present you with some different options. If you went that route, they'd still have to comply to certain standards. They would still have to have their trash cans. They would still have to meet setbacks in certain cases. They would still need food licenses as applicable or a food truck license. The second way you could do it under the emergency ordinance would be if you wanted to allow it for special activities, I'm going to call them. people can't have special events as they're determined by the town of Freeport now, because you can't have gatherings with greater than 250 people. We saw some great events happen, like the Makers on Maine, where Visit Freeport was able to draw people to Freeport in a safe and effective way and host these activities in accordance with the governor's order. If you felt like that might be an appropriate occasion to have food trucks in the village, you could temporarily, under the emergency ordinance, kind of amend how you look at or how you define a special event. In the memo before you, I kind of threw out there some ideas of what you could consider them. I think the thought was, if you want to go that route, it would be not just random events, but events that are truly being hosted to draw people, whether it be residents or tourists, into Freeport for certain safe activities that they could do during COVID times. So you told me to be brief, so that was a quick summary, but feel free to ask questions if you need some clarity.
Thank you very much, Caroline. So this, I know we have a number of members of the public attending in the attendee waiting room area, so to speak, who may be interested in addressing this particular topic. But I want to get a sense from counselors. We heard a couple of options there from Caroline related to long-term zone change or zoning allowable use changes, and then also amending the emergency action, which we're trying to take in as much as we can to promote our businesses during COVID. Peter?
Yeah, I just want to point out, John, you and I and Councilor Whitney Council Vice Chair Whitney have talked about this, but that emergency ordinance runs for 60-day windows, and it has to be reauthorized by the council every 60 days. So that expires on November 13th. So we would expect to have something in front of the council. This is for the other councilors' information on your meeting on the 10th, even though it's an organizational meeting. That's the only, because you don't have a second meeting in November, that's the only, unless you would like to call a special one. The proposal is to put that on the table again on November 10th for approval. So that's why we're bringing this up at this meeting from the
Right.
staff perspective, is to get some feedback in case the council wants us to propose some amendments for the meeting on the 10th or a special meeting immediately following that. So that would be helpful.
So I know there's a lot of information here, and we're making a short-term decision here to consider hearing this for official action at our next meeting, which is the first meeting in November, which has a lot of other ceremonial components to it, but we do have some business to conduct there, which Peter just outlined in terms of authorizing the extension of our emergency action. How do councilors feel about the proposal to enhance or expand the opportunity for food trucks in that emergency extension?
I got mixed feelings about it. I think we have a lot of restaurants here that are still struggling, and I get that, and we want them to people to come to town and enjoy that. So these would be competing, but I also like the fact of more business brings more people. So I'm conflicted. I'll say that right now.
Yeah.
I share that. I think the reason the rules have been strict to date is to protect the bricks and mortar restaurants. I, for one, love food trucks. And if there were a way to make it happen where it's additive rather than zero sum, and, where local restaurants get hurt in the process, it'd be interesting. But I don't know I haven't not heard what the bricks and mortar restaurant folks feel about this. And I think that'd be an important voice to hear from.
Councilor Riley?
I would prefer to see this as more of a long-term discussion rather than going through an emergency situation. I think we need a lot more planning with this. And one of the areas that we can look at is example where we issue the vendors permits for 5 locations within the town. Maybe it's time to make a change in that too, to address it now as a food truck operation rather than the temporary setup that operates during a limited time period in the town.
The food carts, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, Council Lawrence?
Yeah, I also think that part of the issue is that we have an artificial situation right now and that everything is shut down. So that's hurting restaurants. And then having the food trucks in town, I think really takes away the business. If it was not that particular situation, I think I would say, yeah, let's do this. But right now, because of the situation, I think it hurts everybody.
Council Whitney?
I can say that, having worked on the street gang, this discussion has been brought up with that group of different business owners and individuals from around town also. So I've heard a lot about this. I've also had the privilege of sitting in both restaurants and in restaurants that have a food truck. So I really have been able to hear from both sides. But what's unanimously said so far is that if there were an occasion that brought more people to town, which we don't call events anymore, that the business owners who have restaurants thought that might be fine. Like if there's more people coming to town, then let the food trucks open. But if we're just talking about a regular Saturday where there's only so many people, that indeed could be the end of some of these restaurants. So I like the wording of option number 2 that would give us some flexibility when we have scheduled things on the calendar that might not be there. So for example, something that's coming up is the early bird celebration. I don't know what it's called, the early bird sale. So an event like that would perhaps bring other people to town. So maybe we could allow food trucks on those times. And again, because of the street gang, we are trying to get more opportunities for people to come. So I do like the idea of exploring that to see if maybe we can please everybody, if possible.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm curious to hear from the public, both the food truck owners, the restaurant owners, if we have any tonight. And the sort of questions that I have are, what's the timing? Is this something that people want to do now? Do they have food trucks ready to go, or food trucks that they do want to get out this fall, this winter, which would speak to us kind of focusing on that emergency action? Or is this something that they want to do long term? And on the restaurant side, if there are objections to having food trucks in town, what specifically are they? Is it, I don't want a food truck within a certain distance of my restaurant? Is it a traffic issue? Is it whatever the issue is? I'm curious to hear why restaurant owners would think that a food truck would be what might hurt their business, if indeed that's the case. Generally, I like the idea. I think they would probably boost the town as a whole, more so than hurt any individual business. I wouldn't want to rush to do anything, but at the same time, I think we should try whatever we can try in these kind of dark times. So I'm curious to hear more.
Peter?
There are 3 current inquiries, I think, about food trucks, one of which is a local business existing in town that has a food truck existing in town as well. 2, at least one is a serious inquiry. I think one was a passing inquiry from out of town food trucks. All 3 would like to locate in commercial zones throughout town, including the downtown district. That's in the past couple weeks. Does that sound correct, Caroline, in terms of inquiries?
Yeah, the ones I'm aware of have all been looking or hoping to locate in the Village Commercial one downtown area.
Okay, well, we have, we're not taking any immediate action, but we have some members of the public, potentially some of that group that's standing by is interested in this particular issue. So let's see if we have some folks who would like to participate in our conversation. This would be the chance to hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom screen, or *6 if you're calling in on the phone. The manager will then recognize you and move you over, and you can get into real-time conversation with the council. Anybody raising their hand, Peter?
Not yet. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes a little bit.
There we go.
I see one.
Yep. got Tyson or Adam. Hold on, I'll bring you over. Hey, you should be live.
Unmute.
Hi, you guys. How are you this evening?
Good, thanks.
Good. So I'm here with my fiance Adam. He wanted to chime in this evening. You guys haven't heard from him yet, so.
Could you please introduce yourself for everybody listening?
Oh, hello. My name is Adam. I'm also work at Athena's Canteen and also Crazy Locals Corn.
So yeah, basically, as you guys know, we Nick and Amanda Kent, our landlords here, helped us change the regulations for Route 1, so we were able to stay put. While that process was taking place, we brick and mortared and we opened up Athena's Cantina. I really would like for Adam to talk to you guys this evening in regards to this. So that's why I just wanted to get on real quick just to introduce and just let him take it from here. So.
Yeah, like as far as the amendments goes, even if it's something as simple to protect for the people that are concerned about outside businesses and protecting the local businesses, even if something amending food trucks that are owned and operated within the town itself to allow them to go there for events, just to show the diversity, because who knows with this upcoming season how dine-in service is going to go, and to show that we can do other things, especially for a new and small restaurant like ours. It gives us more exposure, and that's ultimately what we were looking for because of our lack of foot traffic that we have where we're at. Right now, it makes no sense for us to open our food truck where we're currently at when we don't have the foot traffic to support it or sustain it actually being open, to generate the power to keep it open. And that's what we were trying to do, to see if we can even go down there for events held by the town that highlight the town itself, have a business that is in the town, and businesses that are in the town, you highlight those ones instead of bringing outside ones in. And it encourages restaurants within the town itself to maybe diversify themselves, so that way they have another outlet to go to, so they're not stuck in their one location, when if certain locations don't have the space that other restaurants or other places do have. Like that's really all it's about, is just trying to gain more exposure for us and not stealing spotlight, and just doing just little things to show people that yes, there are other options out here, and it's not, if you just have to go on the beaten path a little bit, but you'll find them, and they're there, hidden gems essentially.
Hey, Adam, question for you. Would you want to have your food truck operate in conjunction with events like the early bird celebration or the winter carnival, whatever that turns out to be, or only just during those events, or would you envision something where you do it every weekend over the winter?
We would like to start with just events, but if it gains in popularity where not only people like us, but it encourages other things, then yeah, we would like to continue it further. But it's what we want to do, is we're trying to, like I said, stay in line with keeping everything within the town to make sure the town survives, because we're only going to get through this together. We're not going to get through it individually or everybody out for themselves. It's going to be together in a team effort. So if, like I said, we can do events where we highlight in the town and we encourage people in the town to do things, even if it's something little, where we maybe block off a parking lot just to highlight small businesses that don't have the exposure that larger businesses have, or for older businesses that have had the time to establish themselves. Essentially, you just do things like that to encourage people to want to come into your town, and show them that there are newer things in the town, and that the town is growing and not shrinking.
And as Adam was just saying, it's just mainly, this isn't to cripple any other businesses. We are a business in town. We brick and mortared. We could have taken it elsewhere, but we chose to invest in this town. We chose to invest for our daughter's future and the survival of a small town, because with new things coming in, new ideas, and working together. Yes, it sounds silly because at the end, people want to make sure that they survive, but our mentality is nobody is going to get through it if they just me. And we are trying to be able to just be a part of the community. So be available to be there, to be for events or community activities or anything that the town has that allows us to utilize this piece of equipment that we have, that when we purchased and we put it together, we put it with Freeport in mind. That wasn't an eyesore. It's perfect, and we respect the process and we respect what you guys do. And at the end of the day, I just think that if we all work together, we're 10 times better off if we don't. So we just really wanted to give our piece on that. And for other businesses in town, we completely understand how they feel. But I just think that, like I said before, there is enough for everybody, if we work together. So.
Thanks very much for sharing with us, Tyson, Adam. It's really great to have that local entrepreneur perspective. It can be a slow process when something new comes along, and food trucks are relatively new, and in some parts of Freeport, brand new. So I appreciate your willingness to be patient, and it's really great to hear your focus on everybody in the community pulling in the same direction. So that's encouraging.
Thank you.
Councilor Riley.
So let's use the example of Hunter Road Fields. Could a food truck go out there now?
Are you talking to me? Oh.
No, I think the question is more for Caroline and I, and my initial take is no. That's, I believe, I'm looking at a zoning map, but it's fuzzy across the room that it's RR1 and there's no food truck provision in the rural residential zone. Is that correct, Caroline?
Well, I think the problem there is that town property is not a great example, because there's some regulations where it can't go on town property. So I don't think they could go out there today without special permission from council and project review.
But even in that zone, that wouldn't be allowed, because
Only
even as
way
an
they would
accessory use. Right?
possibly be able to do it would be with this special event. They can't do it accessory to artisan food and beverage, because other than C1, that's the only way that, or as a special event, it's permitted today.
Yeah, that's a good example of where we have special events and a food truck would benefit those people who are there. Is there a snack shack out there, John?
Yes.
There is. It's very limited. Bags of potato chips and soft drinks.
Yeah. So again, just an example where a food truck would be a logical place to go. Same thing, a food truck, maybe at a high school football game.
Caroline, could that be accessory to an event in an RR1 zone if there was to be an event?
I'm looking it up right now, but again, we have a current standard that they have to be located on private property, except that the project review board may approve food trucks in the public right of way if they're associated with a special event that's been approved by the project review board and or town council.
Yeah,
so the council and the project review board could allow them to go on Hunter Road at the entrance within the right of way.
I would say if there's a special event.
Right.
In excess of 250 people.
Be writing a new ordinance for food trucks. We would then take into consideration the ability to be on town property with a food truck, making that change.
Right. It sounds like the language right now is the supposition that it's either private property or public right of way, and there's no provision for being on municipally owned property but out of the right of way.
Yeah.
Like such as Hunter Road Fields or a school district or potentially even the town parking lot, town hall parking lot. So so I would agree that we probably need to address that gap in the language. But it does indicate that sort of a small step towards trying this out would be to disconnect the prohibition of specific large events, because we're not having large events, but have it be tied to an event going forward. And that may be the first step that we take, is to allow food trucks to participate in organized events within the community. And that can be, we can leave, I don't know, maybe we can leave that broad as well.
I think that's an important one to consider, because right now, it's almost like events that would have otherwise, and I use the term events, things happening that would have otherwise been large and brought a food truck in, now can't be large because they're prohibited from having that many people. But what if somebody wants to do, a socially distant 100-person only with tickets and circles drawn on the grass movie outside at the Discovery Park, if LL Bean wants to put that on, or if the town wants to do something on town property, that otherwise one of those exact situations where you would have hired a food truck to come in, given them an opportunity to make some money and people to have a happier event so they can just run over and get a donut or whatever the heck's going on. Now, because of the current pandemic related regs, we can't even allow a food truck there because they're not going to get the 250-person permit because they're prohibited from having that many people. That is directly a prohibition because of COVID happening that's very related to an emergency ordinance. I can see that 100% being justifiable. I can see most of other times being justified. Most of the other things suggested being justifiable too, but this one is literally caused by COVID. So,
yeah.
The other thing to consider in this is how about distancing from existing restaurants as one of the criteria that we would look at. That may satisfy the existing restaurant's concern about potential loss of business. So if you set 500 feet from an existing restaurant, or it's just a figure, it could be 250 or it could be 50. But again, one of the criteria to change.
Got a hand in the audience or up front with us from Tyson Adam again.
Hang on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to hear what Caroline has to say in response to that.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify that, under normal conditions, I would say, in a season with special events with food trucks, we probably have a handful of events that actually have them. LL Bean doesn't have food trucks at every event that they do. They pick certain ones and they might bring like 6 of them in and they show us a plan and they space them out. So we aren't talking under traditional times, a huge number of events where people are choosing to have the food trucks, but definitely more opportunity than we present today for people due to that limitation.
Thank you.
Tice, you were going to say something there.
So Adam and I were just kind of talking among ourselves. When you say to allow food trucks, are you meaning any food truck, or you mean within authorized food trucks in Freeport by license? Obviously, current business registered in the town of Freeport.
Currently, the special event. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, because the reason why I ask is because then because the issue about is local businesses concerned about food trucks taking over businesses, even if it's for events or whatnot. But do you guys mean, when you say that, do you mean outside food trucks, or do you mean food trucks established and current established businesses in Freeport?
Yeah, it's a good question. The way the ordinance is currently worded does not limit it to in-town businesses like we've kind of discussed already, or potentially adding that. It would be, there are outside food trucks right now that happen when there are special events. If somebody came in and submitted a special event permit and did a special event somehow, went through all that hassle for 50 people or whatever, they could bring an outside food truck in, but it's like nobody's going to do that. because of the situation where we've talked, you and I have talked about that before. About, you know, does it make sense to do that for an event if you're going to serve 100 people, you know, or whatever? That's a big hoop to jump through. So right now they are allowed out of town in those circumstances. The council could entertain changing that to in town only if they wanted to, for sure.
Because that's where I just basically say where the whole situation of the reason why they aren't allowed on a regular basis. So to me, I'm just trying to kind of figure out how, I mean, obviously, like Caroline said, what, 5, count the events in like in one hand. I mean, so how many food trucks would be limited for each event? How many, then you would have to discuss, are you meaning to leave it open for as many as possible? Or do you limit these, how many food trucks? Or do Freeport residents get the first go on it? And then you guys have a limit as to how many can come in for those events?
Yeah, I would agree. Those are all thoughtful considerations, and which goes back to, I think, what Councilor Riley said at the very top of this conversation, which is we need a little more time to have some discussion and a little more data and to do some planning on before we actually write something. I'm not sure we can get that all done by the November 10th deadline, which is, Peter's telling me, is the next time we can amend our 60-day emergency relaxation of language. So, but that's a very good point. And I guess from, you know, individually, just me, not as chair, but just as a voice on the council, I'm in favor of us supporting, you know, food truck operations in a number of different ways, because I think it's a evolution of the food service economy. And I think that the opportunity to promote small entrepreneurs who have taken the risk to come forward and try and make their business plan go in a place where there is a congregating group of people who come to the community for various activities, whether it's shopping or whether it's outdoor activities or just the services that are available in Freeport. That's a convening reason for an entrepreneur to take a risk on it. And so I think individually, I think we should be trying to work towards encouraging this as opposed to discouraging it. I'm not saying that at the expense of our existing restaurants. And I think Councilor Lawrence pointed out, we have this artificial construct around us that it sort of puts various activities, you know, at advantage over others because of the public safety guidelines around convening and how many people you can have in a defined space. You know, I'm not sure how a food truck regulates the people in line waiting to get its food by standing 6 feet apart. There's not anybody out there to, you know, to set that off. So that's a challenge as well. Anyway, so there's a lot of different variables here, but individually, I'm interested in, you know, just from my own perspective in supporting this. And I did see that, you know, from my view, that we'd start this out with sort of a pilot effort and have 3 to 4 slots and certainly offer them to Freeport businesses to get access to those 3 to 4 slots, and then try it out and see how it goes. So.
Yeah. Can I add to that?
Councilor Pilch, yeah, please go ahead.
In the spirit of trying something, even if we don't get it 100% right, I think we've got a window with the holiday season coming up where we might have the opportunity to attract some folks to town to kind of help our shops. November 10th might be a little aggressive, but you know, it might be worth trying. I don't know that we'll have answers to all of the variables that have been brought up tonight. I don't think, you know, we'll have enough time to ask all the questions of all the people that might be involved. But at the same time, if we try something, the results are probably going to be either neutral or good, in the sense that either we open it up and it doesn't do as much as we thought it was going to do, in which case it's good that we tried. If we have too much success, that's a great problem to have, and we can work on kind of figuring that problem out when we get there. But I don't see a lot of negatives in opening it up for a 60-day window in November, December, into January, and seeing what happens. And then that might give us some data to think about a more long-term plan that Councilor Raleigh was talking about for next year or beyond.
Yeah, you have another raised hand.
Yeah, I've got a raised hand in the audience from Nick or Amanda. Last time I got it wrong, so can I bring them over to speak, Mr. Chair?
Please bring them over.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're live.
Actually, Amanda.
Not Nick.
Nick is here also. We just wanted to, since we're the ones who first sponsored the whole food truck question for commercial one, we just really wanted to support all of your good thinking. I think that if it's possible to do, like Dan and John suggested, a test trial run on what Caroline suggested about activities. I don't want to call them events, but activities like, for instance, Sparkle Weekend and other things where it gives another option for people who, particularly in today's day, don't want to be inside a restaurant, but they would love to be able to grab something even while they're walking down the street. I think is really a nice option for the town. In terms of people going up to the food truck, look outside Patagonia and how people are waiting in line, forever, not really completely standing 6 feet apart, but at least
Right.
an effort. So I think people are going to self-correct themselves or not. It's not something that we can force, but I don't think a food truck is going to discourage that or make it more difficult. The other question I would have is long-term, I really support having this option in town. And I would really like the city to look at the possibility of certain locations, just like their locations where the peddler carts are allowed, picking out locations potentially where food trucks would be allowed. And I wonder about the parking lots that are attached to the town building. I know there are 2 on that side that might be perfectly appropriate places for a true food truck to be allowed to be. I don't know, but as of right now, I think what Carolyn was saying, that they're not allowed. Well, I know that nothing's allowed in town, but in terms of it being a property that the town owns, might be an appropriate location. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just throwing that out. It sounds like there's 2 different issues about whether it's a town-owned location versus a individual properties location. And my other question is, I know that I'm the goofball who reads code, reads the town, ordinances. And I know there's a whole section about for businesses that are in the town but do not have availability for parking spaces, and they can lease the parking spaces in theory from the different parking lots, and that helps them meet their responsibilities as a business for the fact that they have to have a certain number of parking spaces leased for themselves to meet their requirements. I'm kind of stumbling over the language, but I'm wondering if it is impossible if a business wanted to sponsor a food cart, but they don't have parking spaces and they don't have a space in front of the business, but that perhaps one of the leased spaces that they've been, that somehow we could manipulate or work within the system along those lines. I'm just throwing that out as another, creative way of utilizing it. But I think a test case for this Christmas season would be great. I know Thais and Adam have been struggling with trying to figure out with their business how to make it work in these COVID times. They were open 3 weeks before COVID hit, 3 weeks in their brick and mortar. And they had a terrific 3 weeks, and then COVID hit. And so they've been making do, and we try to encourage them as much as we can to stick with it, because we believe they will be a wonderful addition. They are already a wonderful addition to the town of Freeport. So I really appreciate all of your good thinking and trying to figure out a way to facilitate the future of this. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Anybody else got their hand raised up, Peter? Okay. Excuse me. So we've had.
I spoke too soon. Go ahead, Tice or Adam. You can. Oh. I'm sorry. I just cut him off again, trying to unmute him. So go ahead. As soon as you hit the unmute, I won't touch you.
There you go.
Sorry.
I just wanted to close off our part of it and just honestly tell you guys that this is the reason why we love our town, this town so much. It's people like Nick and Amanda, and we've had a good system on sitting on the same board. You guys are there. Tawny's been wonderful. We met Mary and she's just terrific. Caroline's been very patient with us as well. I know that this is a big ticket item. We really do. And we respect the whole process of it. And we just want to really thank you all for considering this as a possibility for us and just helping us move forward and keep moving. And sometimes, you know, it's that moment where we just want to give up, but it's Nick and Amanda are amazing, and this community and what we have behind us. And we just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thanks for coming and participating in the meeting this evening. So is it possible then, Caroline, to have, to take a small step on this issue, and Peter, if maybe you could just mute the microphones. If we could take a small step on this issue and identify, basically I think I've lost track if it was the first or second option, but the sort of allowing food trucks in the downtown area as it relates to participating with activities. We won't use the word events. Participating with concurrent activities, and try it for 2 months, and see what that brings. Councilor Riley?
I would call that an immediate step action, and then also we should begin the process of the long-term planning on this as well.
Yeah, right, which would involve language changes to the ordinance and really looking at locations and identifying whether or not it's a Freeport business or an outside business and all of those dynamics. But I'm thinking in terms of, again, trying to recognize the entrepreneurial efforts of business owners to succeed in a pandemic. Our part is to just give a little bit of space for that to happen physically and figuratively, so that if we were able to make an addition to our emergency extension to allow it, and really just define it to, I would say no more than 4 food trucks, and that I'll leave it up to the staff to define exactly, how those locations are identified. But I think the important part is that it's a small step on an emergency basis for the 2-month period.
I would broaden it too, John, to allow it maybe not just in conjunction with activities, but to say if they want to try it every weekend for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, let's see what happens. Because I think a lot of the food truck issues deal with consistency. People get used to that truck being there every Saturday for a few weeks. And if we do it with activities only, they won't be able to build that up.
Okay.
And as long as it
Caroline?
sells hot cocoa and Glühwein.
Caroline?
Sorry, I just want to clarify one thing. So when we allow food trucks for special events, we don't assign spots or typically give a limited number of spots. When there's special events, kind of the host business, we'll call it, will give permission for the food truck to go there, and they'll come and apply for the permit as to where they want to go. So I kind of envisioned it working the same way unless you tell me otherwise.
Well, I think we've identified a major gap, which is that the town owns some very key located property, and I'd be interested in a permit request coming forward to operate in the town hall parking lot, for instance, which is highly visible on Main Street and is out of the right of way and doesn't cause traffic issues. And that might be, again, for the 2-month trial period. Let's just see how it goes.
And a food truck.
Okay, good. That gives some good directive.
Yeah, a food truck's a lot more visible than our freestanding food carts that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep. And rather than try and assign a limit, I would say if somebody comes forward with a permit and identifies a location or is offered a location and staff thinks that it could work, then great, let's do it. And if we can find 3 locations, great. If we can find 8 locations, great, let's try that. Because I think it would be tough to come up with a number without really going through all that process. But that'll give you some flexibility to say, hey, we're being inundated and we can't accommodate 50 food trucks that all want to be here. So we gave out 10 permits and that's all we could do.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on the issue of numbers, I guess if we're going to test something, I'd rather test it on a smaller scale. I'm still nervous about the existing restaurants in town, and if that's a real wild card. And if we're going to move forward on something, I think it should be on a pilot basis, both in scale and scope.
I agree. It was
Yeah.
recommending 3 to 4 permits. Councilor Whitney?
Yeah, I agree too, because I feel like in order for the food trucks themselves to be successful, like Thais was just saying, if she's going to come up here on these certain weekends, the goal is that she's successful. So if her competition is, or complement trucks are, 2 or 3 versus, 10, I think her success rate is better if we keep the numbers small.
Chip?
Yeah, the only other thing I'd say, when I lived in Jacksonville, there was an area out at the beach, and they had one restaurant, and they had struggled to get people out there. They got another restaurant out there. More people could go, because if you couldn't get into the one, and it was a very popular restaurant, you couldn't get into the one restaurant, you could go to the other restaurant, and another one opened up. So now it was like, okay, let's go out there because I have a chance of getting something to eat. I mean, it's also kind of a fun restaurant. It was one of the new brew pubs that had started up. But, I think we should start small, but I know, and because of the whole problem is because of what we're going through, this pandemic, right? We don't want to hurt the businesses that are already here. They're artificially limited to how many people they can serve at any given time, which really hurts them. So having the food trucks, that gives people another option, but it's a tough row to hoe, I guess I'd say. I like the idea of food trucks. Because it can change on a weekly basis, and hey, let's go to Freeport. Who knows what we've got down there? We are a shopping town. People like to come and see, hey, what do they got? And this is a major thing. We need to upgrade what we're selling. I mean, it's the same thing. People go, why do they come to Freeport? Oh, we're going to close. Why do we go to Portland? To eat. We need to bring all that together. Anyway, my point is I think competition is good. It's hard right now because of the COVID that we're going, because of this pandemic and the artificial closures to keep everybody safe.
I agree. I would caution us to think twice about making our experiment too small. One of the mantras that I'm always talking about in the startup world is that overly constrained projects are bound to fail. So if we limit it and say, well, we can have 1 or 2 food trucks, we limit the attractiveness of it. So as an example, the best food truck experiences that I've had have been at places like the Eastern Prom in Portland or Thompson's Point, where there's maybe a dozen or more food trucks, which is great because in my family, everybody has different appetites about what they might want. And we're more likely to buy food from food trucks when there are more food trucks around. So in this case, I think Keith McBride said at a recent meeting, a crowd begets a crowd. So if we attract people and offer them more options, we may get more people, not less people. And the other point I want to make is, for me personally, I've never been faced with the decision of, do I want to eat in a restaurant or eat at a food truck? In my mind, those are two different types of events and two different types of reasons for me going out to get food. One is, I want to go to a restaurant. What restaurant should I go to? Another type of event is, I'm going to go eat at a food truck. Where should I go? To buy food from a food truck. So I don't think they're as competitive. I'm open to hearing more feedback, but I don't think they're as competitive as we might be worried about. So for those reasons, I would encourage us to, if we're going to do an experiment, let the experiment kind of take its natural course. Don't overly constrain it. See where it goes. And if we find that, hey, my restaurant traffic was here and it plummeted when you opened the food trucks, great. That's some data for us to consider. So that I'd like it to be as broad as possible, my opinion.
All right. Well, in order for Caroline to come back to us on the 10th with some specific recommendations, we have to put some kind of boundary on it. And I think we're in agreement that it's for a 2-month trial period. And that it is at locations that the staff direct in terms of making sense. And so the final question is, do we want to put a limit on how many?
I think it's self-limiting, and we can't do restraint of trade.
Okay. I'm not sure I go all the way that far. I'm really trying to support this, but
yeah, we're already restraining trade. The state's already doing it.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to put a limit on it. I think because Dan's right that some the difference between a restaurant experience and a food truck experience can be it can be very different decision. But in the case of Freeport, I feel like people are coming here to shop and then they get hungry and they're like, okay, well, where am I going to eat? If I go to a restaurant or a food truck, I think they're hungry versus looking for another experience. That's the only I guess the modification on that perspective. That's the perspective I happen to share. So I would still favor limiting it to some degree.
How about 6?
Sure.
Can we get a compromise between a lot and a little and have 6?
Sure.
Okay, Caroline?
Well, I thought I had a way to help limit you, but you might have just solved it. One way I think you could do it is, do you want to allow these food trucks in vacant parking lots, or do you want them on a site that has an established business? So for example, in the town hall parking lot or at Freeport Village Station, or are you fine seeing parking lots with just food trucks? Because that might just automatically give some limits there. Just another approach you could take if it would help you.
I think, if there is empty parking lots, I don't know who, in terms of the owner of that parking lot and whether or not they feel like it's fine to have a food truck. They'd obviously have to be discussed. But for the town's parking lot, no matter how crowded it is, that town parking lot next to town hall has always got 4 or 5 spaces on it because people are like not sure. And so I think that's an ideal location. So I'd like to encourage that, and that it does not have to be identified with a host business for the location.
And you might get a nice cluster there where you've got several food trucks in one location, which might be a bit of a draw.
And then at least for the first pilot period, let's limit it to 6 on a given day.
Got enough direction, Caroline?
I'll come up with something for you guys to critique and give your feedback and alter as you feel appropriate at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we have a lot of people waiting, and I don't know if a lot of them are waiting on the shellfish licensing discussion or if they're waiting on the bridge.
I think none are here for the shellfish licensing discussion, at least that I'm aware of.
Say
Yeah.
that again, Peter. You don't see anybody there? Is that what you said?
Most of these people are board and committee members from the Active Living and Complete Streets and
Right.
So I don't think there's anybody here for shellfish that I recognize in the audience, and we've got the staff in the crowd as well.
Can you do a show of hands, maybe? Who have them all click if someone's here for the shellfish?
No, I mean, I recognize everyone that's not on our committee beside Jay. Hi, Jay is here with DOT staff. So, yeah.
So in light of, making nearly 24 members of the public wait even further, I'd like to move that we bring up the MDOT bridge project in discussion now so that we can hear from these folks. I know
It's going to take 5 minutes.
I agree with the inclination to move to the DOT part of the show. As electrifying as the shellfish issue will be for all of us, I think out of deference to them, I agree with you, John.
Other voices?
If you're
I agree.
waiting for bridge, yeah, I don't see a reason to make them wait longer.
And I know Councilor Tracy wanted to participate in that, but she was unsure if she'd be able to return or when she'd be able to return. So I'd like to move forward to get to what was originally scheduled as number 1. We had a quick discussion of this at our last meeting, which is that the timing of the town's decisioning process to provide feedback to the DOT is extremely constricted in terms of particular elements of the bridge redesign for exit 20 and exit 22 interchanges, and the ability for this group gathered here this evening to make any sort of indication of elements to include in that design work is practically non-existent because we don't have the authority to commit to well over $1 million in improvements on that without getting some input from our voters. But I know we have a lot of citizen engagement with a committee that has been in discussions with MDOT, and we have members of the MDOT staff here this evening. And so Peter, is Adam going to coordinate this conversation, or are you going to start it, or?
I'll kick it off. Adam's definitely going to, I think, say a lot here. We do have a lot of committee members. I think we're going to wait until we do a little bit of a presentation. I'd also like to recognize both Mackenzie and Wayne in the audience. Mackenzie is the project manager, and Wayne is the senior bridge staff person here also. So we've got some good representation here from the department. So thanks, guys, for waiting for so long. Where we left this off, we've had some discussions, follow-up discussions, with putting a little more comfort, I think, at least on town staff on this. And we've also done some investigation into what some of the funding mechanisms would possibly look like if the council wants to go ahead with putting a proposal forward. As you recall, in the memo that I put forward in the conversation we had yesterday, we have very rough cost estimates, but they're in the mid hundreds of thousands of dollars per location. And there's 2 bridge locations in question, exit 20 and exit 22. And those proposals are to add a multi-use path instead of sidewalks when those bridges are reconstructed. So, so pretty significantly 12-foot multi-use path. And the cost is going to be different. We've only got preliminary cost estimates. I don't want to get hung up on, is it 600,000 or 580,000 or whatever, because those numbers will not be the final numbers that'll come back, but they're good ballpark kind of for discussion, magnitude numbers for us to consider here. So the conversations that we've had And the summaries, the summary, the best way I can summarize it, you've got three ways that you could fund this type of a project, right? The standard way that we would do every other capital proposal would be to go through the capital budgeting process. The council decides that these are two worthy projects, includes them. We fund them out of reserves for a tune of $1.2 million, and they get built the next, the next cycle. The problem with that is that there's a schedule here with DOT. They've got to advertise the bridges by September of next year, which means they have to have a preliminary or final design for those bridges done well in advance of that date. And our capital budgeting cycle doesn't end, conclusively until the end of the fiscal year. So July 1, we can't give them, yeah, we'd like a multi-use path there, and they design it in a month or two and get it advertised. There is some flexibility, though, that they can work with us. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, but July is kind of out of the picture for giving them that information and getting a design done. And the reason that's important, as we've already talked about, is there's a fairly massive federal grant that's been secured by the department if they meet those deadlines. So it's in everyone's interest. We talked about that today with the DOT staff. The project would likely not, the three projects together, exit 17 in Yarmouth, 20 in Freeport, and 22 in Freeport, would likely not get done, and it definitely wouldn't get done in this fashion, with complete overhauls, rehabs of the, rebuilds of the bridges. It wouldn't get done. So it's in our interest to move it forward since the bridges need work. It's in the state's interest to save, state taxpayers all that money to get federal funding available that we only pay a small portion of. So it makes all the sense in the world where, we've got to work with them. So that rules out our standard budget process, capital budgeting process. Now, there has been some analysis done by staff about whether it would make sense to put these out to bond issue or whether it would make sense to fund these out of reserves. And both myself and the finance director looked at it over the past 2 weeks, and we're heavily leaning towards recommending that the council consider a bond issue on this, even if it was to go through the capital budget process. It's a large ticket item. It's got a 70+ year lifespan. There's no reason with bond rates, in theory, likely being very low for the foreseeable future, for the near future at least, not to bond, put a 20-year, 10-year, 30-year bond, however you want the council wishes to proceed, bond issue out for a project that has a 70-year lifespan. This isn't like bonding a fire truck that, might still be in service by the time the bond runs out. This is something that's going to outlive a bond by 50 years probably. So it makes all the sense in the world. The complicating factor is that a bond issue requires a referendum vote in Freeport if it's over $100,000. That's per our charter. So that would involve, on the time frame that DOT has identified to us, that would involve a special election. We confirmed today that a special election has at least a 60-day lead time. So this makes it kind of a compelling issue for the council to kind of give us some direction here, because the department would like some answer, some commitment by kind of end of the year timeframe, which is just barely doable, if we were to take immediate action. So that's really where we're at right now, if that's the direction the council wishes to proceed in. The third option obviously would be to open the checkbook and make a supplemental appropriation and write a check in the amount of whatever the council decides is the appropriate upgrade to do to these bridges. Problematic, probably would get some people rightfully very unhappy in town, that we do this without public input outside of the budget process, without, taking some substantial input from the public, which would happen if we were to go to a referendum vote. Obviously, everyone would have a chance to vote on it. So that seems like the best middle road from staff's perspective. Councilor Riley, you got your hand up, sorry.
Yep, the question I have for you is, what is our current bonding level? And what, you say 60 days, so this would probably come up for a public referendum in February?
Depending when the council directed us to move forward, it would be around the end of the year, plus or minus. So New Year's plus or minus. If you were to, really rush this and do a special meeting next week, I'm not saying we should do that, but to call an election, you could do it before the end of the year. If you were to do it, one of the first business items of the new council, it might be a week after the new year, kind of a thing. That's the time frame we're looking at.
but our current bonding level and where we relate to other towns around us.
In terms of issued debt or in terms of credit rating?
Well, no,
What we have outstanding?
what do we have outstanding in bonds right now?
Virtually nothing.
And so
There's two bond issues that both are the school department pre-RSU consolidation. I think it's the middle school and either Morse or Mass Landing. There were two notes that were issued that are almost paid off. There's a couple, less than $1 million outstanding on both of them. It's virtually zero, and it's probably the lowest in the state of anybody that's got bonds out.
Okay, and so in comparison to Yarmouth or Cumberland or Falmouth or Brunswick?
I can't imagine. I would put $100 on the fact that it's lower than any of the surrounding municipalities as a bet right now, but I can't confirm that.
That's
I'm pretty of my own personal money.
It's a lot more than a nickel we used to bet.
Yeah, I would take those odds. It's very low. Like I said, we have two old issues and the town hasn't bonded anything in over 10, 15 years.
Thank you.
I'll get you the exact amount as you guys discussed. It's right in the audit book, right over my shelf right there.
Councilor Horn?
Yeah, just to follow up, Peter, well, he's gone. Maybe somebody else knows. But the timing, it sounds like if we were to go the bond route, that's not too late for the state to get an answer. Is that right?
I'd ask, maybe we should ask them to comment as we go further a little bit, because we had talked, Adam and I talked today with state staff, with Mackenzie, who's the project manager, and she had indicated that end of the year is probably doable. We might be a little bit beyond that, but I think it's like 1 to 2 weeks, if you take your time on doing this and do it, in the next council meeting or a couple meetings from now.
End of the calendar year or fiscal year?
End of the calendar year. So second week in January, maybe at the latest, if the council goes slow on this, somewhere between Christmas and New Year's, if you go really fast on it.
There'll be 42 votes when they count up how many people vote on the bond issue. Nobody's going to come to a special election the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Well, no one's traveling and everyone's going to be home. So maybe this year will be different. I don't know.
Yeah.
Seven council members.
I agree. I mean, timing in terms of getting votes is something that you'll want to consider when you set the election for. I'm not advocating for it to be, on December 30th or something like that, but I'm just giving you what's the range of what's possible if, we had to have a drop dead answer by the new year.
And Adam, just for your memo summarizes pretty neatly the options that we're looking at, which involve the addition of a 12-foot wide multi-purpose lane at the exit 20 bridge, and I don't know if it specifies how wide the one is at the 12-foot wide one at exit 22 as well, as sort of the whole package that the committee has been talking about. And certainly those improvements, at least from my perspective, reflect an enormous amount of momentum and aspiration and goal setting by our various committees that have contributed to this conversation. So that, that's, I guess, important to point out that those particular elements of the bridge design upgrades are not just falling out of the sky or coming out of some engineer's textbook someplace. They are the result of an enormous amount of public input through committees, many of the members of which are here this evening. So I want to make sure that that's well understood, so that we're not taking a stab in complete darkness here with a potential bond issue, and that a significant number of residents have already contributed these ideas to make these things happen and be a part of a potential bridge design. But it is, it definitely is sandpaper that we don't have enough time to really go through the best process for us to assure that we have a lot of input on whether or not we're going to spend this money. And it's not an insignificant amount of money. This would be Generally, the scale of a project, 1.2 million, would be undertaken over a whole series of budget meetings if we were in our budget cycle at a different time of the year. So did you want to add anything else to the preface of the conversation here before we invite both the DOT folks and the members of the public?
I do. And Councilor Egan, you are 100% correct that these bridges and paths across the bridges and connections into the bridges didn't just fall out of the sky, but this is these are the results of years of work by Active Living Committee with supporting information from FEDC Vision 2025 about recreation facilities, as well as comprehensive plan. We do have the Maine DOT folks in the audience to help answer some technical questions. And before we open it up for public, could I do a quick share screen and give the big picture kind of perspective?
Yes, please do. I was hoping for that.
Okay. So I've been feverishly working to put together what is called a story map. You can think of it as PowerPoint with some with a protein shake added in there, or steroids. Can you see a screen share of a map on the right?
Yep.
Okay. So still this story map, which will become a public education tool for both in front of council, but to the public concerning these bridge projects, still needs a lot of polish, but I'm getting there with it. And what you see is a vision produced by Active Living Committee called Connect Freeport. And it's a great idea that endeavors to connect downtown Village, Lower Main Street, to the athletic fields to the west, and Hedgehog Mountain to the west. And it does that by making these critical bridge connections, which, according to Active Living Plan and respondents to surveys from that plan, feel these bridge connections are unsafe. So again, what you're seeing is the very beginning of this Connect Freeport vision. And so for example, if I click on this map, I'm still putting some of these graphics together. It needs a lot of polish, but when I click on a particular portion of the map, it brings up a picture on the left. And what you're seeing on the left here is a concept plan for a bridge crossing of Mallet Drive. That's exit 22.
So you just clicked on number 4, right?
Number 2.
Which one are you seeing?
Well, which one did you click on?
He clicked on number 2 initially. See, it's highlighted there.
Okay.
Yeah, 2. You should see a rendering of the Mallet Drive bridge crossing.
We see your mouse too, Adam. We can see everything you're doing. So
okay, cool. Thank you. So with this bridge crossing, we know we need some safe ramp crossings, which the DOT is pushing hard and working with the town to put in those signals. There's also the need to have a dedicated path across the bridge, physically separated from traffic. The existing crossing right now has narrow shoulders. You've all seen the yellow delineator posts. It's a marginal sidewalk, if at all. So anyway, I think I made my point that the bridge crossings are critical too, and recommendations for the types of crossings largely come from Active Living Committee, Complete Streets Committee, and the Ad Hoc Bridge Committee, as well as supporting references from Active Living Plan and others. I think I lost a little steam there. I can answer any questions if while I gather my thoughts here.
Adam, do you have an illustration, even if it's just animated rendering here, of what the path would look like?
Yeah. So thank you for that, for that, John. So this Connect Freeport vision gets us across the bridges and takes us out Pownell Road to Hedgehog Mountain, which is town-owned land, as well as Hunter Road fields where my arrow is. And when I click on this number 14, this gives an example of what we could do in terms of getting folks out of their homes, getting them from downtown, having a recreational experience by getting them out to these facilities. And this is just a generic photo of an off-road bike trail, and so we can help make that connection by utilizing the town-owned lands out to the west near item number 14. That connection, or those facilities, are connected by Pownell Road and by either Desert Road or Hunter Road. In this map, I made a decision to go with Desert Road mostly because of topography and existing, pavement width and so forth. But there are a few different ways to get back into town to make that connection loop. But ultimately, you have to cross the highway, which is at Desert Road, to get to existing sidewalk infrastructure along Lower Main Street.
Adam, can you show us a graphic of the bridge path, if you have one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's one, which is the crossing at Desert Road, and I can do a little bit better in terms of, if you want to see it from a cross section. This is from a bird's eye view, but I can pull up a graphic that shows a cross section of the width of the bridge and the elements of that bridge.
I think that would be helpful. I saw it in the PowerPoint that was in our packet. I think that'd be really helpful to show that
Okay.
cross.
Okay, I'll do that, which I'll have to change screens. And before I do that, you're looking at Desert Road. And the idea here is to have at least one signal at the southbound off ramp where my hand is, as well as a path on call it the north side of the bridge. And that crossing is hard to see, but it's shaded in gray just underneath the red line.
Adam, I've got the cross section. I'll put that up right now.
Okay, should I stop sharing and then you share?
I've done that for you by force, so just hold on.
Adam, I have a question for you. In this
Sure.
process of putting things up, in this overall planning going through, is there anything that we did not receive that we asked for? And are there things in this overall plan that we didn't ask for that we've received?
I think we've asked for a lot, and we have an opportunity to receive a lot. I don't think we've been denied anything you could argue that a dedicated bike ped bridge crossing was found to be not a good idea, and everybody agrees with that because it's cost prohibitive, as well as doing other complete ramp overhauls. There just isn't enough money to do that. You're talking millions of dollars just to put a number to that. And what I mean is to go from a half cloverleaf to a full cloverleaf type ramp at Mallet Drive.
But really what you said is we got what we asked for.
I think we got options, I think is the best way. The DOT has presented options for what we've asked for. We don't have formal agreement. That would be the next step. We would obviously have to get funding from you folks, the council, and then the general public if we're talking about a bond. And then we'd have to go to the next step after that is go to DOT, get some firm commitments. There are agreements that we enter into with DOT at that point for cost sharing and for, services above and beyond the base, which by the way, is exactly what I've got on the screen here for those that are looking. This would be a direct replacement. This is a cross section. This is the south side. Yarmouth is this way. Exit 22 is this way. This is the overpass over exit 20 right here. So this is the existing traffic standing on the public works garage side of the highway, looking at the village side of the highway over the Desert Road Bridge. 3 travel lanes, if they were to replace it as is, 3 travel lanes with a median and 2 shoulders. That's, I believe, a little bit wider than what's existing, but this is the base proposal from the department. The next alternative is an additional sidewalk, which is shown here off the north side, which kind of coincides with what Adam just illustrated to you with the kind of sidewalk being on the north side of the bridge. And this is what a multi-use path looks like, a shared use path looks like attached to the bridge. So you've essentially got the base project here, 2 shoulders, 3 travel lanes, and a median for turning lanes, because that turns into a turning lane as you get further over the highway. And then you've got a 12-foot multi-use path hung off essentially the side of a wider bridge. So that gets us to the cost sharing, which is, this is obviously a wider, more expensive bridge project. You can, visualize what the additional concrete and steel looks like here that they've got to build, which is why the town gets involved in cost sharing, because it's above and beyond what the department would typically fund.
Peter, while you're here, can I ask you a question on that cost sharing? If you go up one slide to the sidewalk slide.
Yes.
Just to reconcile. So the number here says it's an additional cost of $245,000, but in the memo, I think they're saying that the state is going to pay for that sidewalk. So this is our
typically and yes. So I'm going to talk in typical terms, like I'm sure that Wayne or Mackenzie will, if they speak. This isn't something that's been agreed to. There's a whole process we have to go through to formalize that, but the department typically pays for inclusion of a sidewalk if there are facilities leading up to the bridge already in place. So in this case, we've got sidewalk that ends at the intersection, the approach to the bridge that goes north and south on Route 1, and we have short-term plans to complete sidewalk on the Desert Road side. Both the Divine Capital project that's going in is going to build, or one of the conditions is that they will have to build sidewalk within, separated sidewalk within the public right-of-way to the towns in their agreement. And then there's a short section of private or public connection that would need to be made a couple hundred feet essentially, that the town would build and connect that new development across this bridge with a sidewalk built to the existing north and south US Route 1 sidewalk at a minimum. So that's typically why the department covers the installation of sidewalk if there are sidewalks leading up to the bridge. I mean, you can't not do that. You'd be forcing people out into the road if it was heavily traveled, And then the alternative of shared use paths is when we start getting into cost sharing, because you can see the difference between the two, obviously. These are estimated costs, but the estimated additional cost would be $245,000 for a sidewalk and $800,000 for the extra width of the shared use path. Does that make sense, Counselor?
Mostly. Are the numbers in the memo right, if that turned out to be true, and that if we do the 6-foot sidewalk that you're showing right now, there would be an additional cost of $245,000, but the town would not likely be asked to pay that? And if we
that's the likely outcome, yes.
Okay, and if we do the shared use path instead of the $800,000 cost, we would likely be asked to pay about $555,000 of that.
That's what's expected. Yeah, that's the rough magnitude. Again, that is dependent. Neither the town nor the state can commit to those shares being correct until we go through the formal process. But that's where we'd be starting asking. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And the shares are different for each bridge based on existing infrastructure in place.
Right. That's a really good point. There is existing sidewalk infrastructure and immediately planned sidewalk infrastructure on both sides of exit 20. There is none on exit 22, which is they treat that differently under their policy, which is accurate. They do not cover, typically the state does not cover the installation of sidewalk, the upgrade of sidewalk on a bridge where there is not sidewalk leading up to the bridge. That would be a cost share. At the minimum, that would be a 50-50 cost share with the town. The state can agree to less than that depending on their available funding. But at the highest level of possible state contribution, that would be 50%. The town would have to at least come up with 50% of the sidewalk addition at exit 22.
So Desert Road is the more straightforward of the conversations. Mallet Drive is less straightforward because we don't have existing infrastructure or sidewalks in place. We do have planning documents that support eventual construction of sidewalks. We know that Mallet Drive will be eligible for paving through PACS funding here in the next, could be 1 to 5 years. I think it's closer to 2 or 3. And when that road gets paved, we know there will be some traffic calming treatments as part of the design, such as buffered bike lanes, a safe routes to school crossing of Mallet Drive, and other elements. So Mallet Drive becomes a strategy conversation, is the way I've sort of viewed it, is if there is support for a crossing of Mallet, then there is a strategy on the town's part in terms of how much we pay per DOT policy, which is guided by that sidewalk infrastructure. And so I think what would help assuage DOT is if they were given some sort of commitment within a reasonable time frame that infrastructure will be built connecting into the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess I'd just add, if it was a matter of the 7 of us this evening, that would be a relatively easy conversation, but the dollar amounts that we're talking about are significant in terms of gravity and percentage of our capital budget. And that's the frustration is, the corner, frankly, that we're in order to be able to support this and take advantage of all the momentum that's going forward. And yet, not be able to make that commitment because as Peter mentioned and others mentioned earlier, while it is legally possible for us to go ahead and execute plans that commit a future council to paying for that it's that's far from our practice and suspect as stewards of the public money.
Can we begin to get some input from the various people who have worked on this project from the public?
Sure. Peter, you want to bring over members of the DOT?
I just want to answer the question about the debt level that I've been holding here. So I think, Eric, was it you that asked what the town's outstanding debt was?
Doug did.
Doug, thank you. Sorry. Currently, so debt limitation statewide is that a municipality can borrow 15% of valuation. That amount for us is $260 million. So that would be our debt cap under state law. We currently have a little over $1 million in debt. So we are 0.5% roughly of our debt limit. So we have 99.5% debt capacity right now, is another way to look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from the chairs of the committees and some state folks if they're still with us.
Sure, we've got 18 people in the audience, and Mr. Andy Spalding's got his hand up. I'll bring him over. Good evening, Andy.
Hey, Peter. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate the discussion. And between Adam and Peter, you guys both provided a lot of historical context. But anyone who knows me knows it would kill me to not just mention when, we do have so much work by so many people in town. I think really going back to the active living plan, the task force that did that work, the council commissioning, the active living committee. And then when we came into existence in 2016, ever since then, really Mallet and collectively both bridges have been our highest priority. We all the way back in 2016, we walked Mallet Bridge with had Patrick Adams from Maine DOT talking about this very issue. We were in front of council in 2017 to get approval to apply for a PAC study grant. And then here in the last couple of years, just to, we did do a Build a Bridge charrette where we had roughly 50 members of the public attend an event with Maine DOT present to give very detailed feedback that was specific to Mallet, but we've also looked at Desert. So the recommendation we see in front of us for the 12-foot path has certainly been informed by a lot of public input, expert opinion, hand-wringing, and a lot of analysis by a lot of people. So it's very important. I think everybody recognizes that part. The goal for us really with the 12-foot path was when we think about the assets we have, the connectivity that we could create on both sides of town. Adam mentioned some didn't get mentioned, such as our two other RSU partners in Pownell and Durham. The Maine Coast School, the two developments in the hopper on Desert Road, as well as the Elo Bean Distribution Center. There are a multitude of important connectivity points that we could open up for people on bike, on foot, whether they're recreating or working or commuting or what have you. So I guess what I would close with is I was thinking back and preparing to make some comments about the Concord Gully Brook TIF, and specifically that your council actually on hearing public input and taking that public input into account, you actually made a number of changes to that TIF. Specifically, you wrote in the ability to actually incur debt and paid for, or debt service funded by the TIF, for one. And there were two other provisions that actually allowed that TIF to fund projects just like these. And many of you on council actually referenced the bridge and the accommodations we knew we were going to have to make and cover. And this was heavily discussed. So I would encourage you to think about that as we move forward. Thank you.
Question for Andy. Andy, in this what we have in front of us, are you happy with what's being presented? Is there anything that's missing that you feel we should have asked for?
I don't, Doug. We're very happy with that, actually. It's really comprehensive. We have a lot of stuff to do with the connections that are just off the bridges on the approaches, but that's not for here. So yes.
Thank you.
Got Todd and Jake on deck, both from our participants in our committees. I'll bring them over. Hold on. Andy, are you all set?
I'm good.
Thanks for the comments, Andy.
Thank you.
Hi, Todd.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Todd.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to discuss this really important issue. And I'd like to echo Andy's comments and to say that this is truly a once in a lifetime opportunity with these bridges having life cycles of more than 75 years. So it's super critical that we leverage this opportunity, make the commitment to improve the interconnectivity between West and East Freeport. And I'd like to add that when families look at relocating to communities, they look for a number of things, but most importantly, a vibrant downtown, strong schools, and recreational opportunities combined with human-powered accessibility in the community. And Freeport does great with the downtown, certainly very strong schools, but we're challenged with the connectivity piece. And we all know that our community was literally cleaved in two by an interstate. And since that, we have very much been challenged to access west, east sides of town. And this is the chance we have in front of us to help not just put a Band-Aid on, but to really stitch back together the two sides of the community with safe access, safe egress, and opportunities to get to some of the great recreational opportunities on the west side of town. So I really strongly support, obviously, this cause, and would hate to think that the feeling of the community being rushed to fund these improvements would somehow put a damper on what is truly a great opportunity in front of us. So, thank you.
Question for Todd.
Yes, hi, Doug.
What committee do you serve on?
I'm on the Active Living Committee.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We have somebody else, Peter? You're muted.
I just lost Jake.
There he is.
Oh, there we go. Hold on. Hi, Jake.
Good evening. Thank you. Councilor Riley, you just asked, my name's Jake. I'm on the Active Living Committee. You just asked Andy if we got everything that we wanted. And I would just like to articulate that while the bridges look great, there's a lot of connectivity funds that could be really well spent right now to increase the Connect Freeport mantra. So if we do go to bond, and I hope we do, then I would suggest potentially looking into other projects that we could include in that bond, either as one giant bond or a second bond referendum for the voters. So that way we could do other projects, and that would probably ease DOT about having the sidewalks on the exit 22 portion of the bridge too, saying, oh no, like we're gonna pay for those, and those are gonna get done in the next couple of years, which could increase the cost sharing. And just a final note in terms of why this is so important. We're not just looking for connectivity of Freeport just for us, but we're competing against other towns, right? Look at the Androscoggin River Trail in Brunswick. Look at the Beth Condon Path in Yarmouth, and those are just two local ones. But Freeport competes against towns like Kittery and North Conway, and that this could be a way that really draws people into our community, into our town, because they know that we're environmental and that you can get around there and everything. So this isn't just a singular issue. So I 100% support this and think it's really important.
Thank you, Jake.
I think a good point that brings up is the fact that we would vote if this is the direction that we're going, is to bond, which is a council decision to make. We would likely authorize those bonds at a referendum, but not need to issue them. We don't have an exact schedule, timeline, all that kind of stuff, but they wouldn't necessarily need to be issued immediately, which would, lead to the potential for aggregating other projects, other capital projects, not even related to this type of work in the capital budget process next year as well. So
wouldn't we have to set the dollar amount though, Peter?
Yeah, we would, but you're going to get out. So you would have a referendum, you would get authorized to bond up to X number of dollars. You issue the bond separately. You have the legal authorization to bond up to that amount. You could have another vote at a regular election, for example, for another project within the same time frame, maybe before you even need to issue those bonds. So there's a lot of flexibility because you wouldn't vote, if we did a vote in January 1, you wouldn't, right after the new year, the 5th or the 10th or whatever, you wouldn't vote and then issue the bonds the next week. You would issue the bonds before they're needed for construction, which is the conversation we'd have with DOT project staff.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of forward flexibility, and you may not need to use all of the authorization for bond if that amount comes in lower, if there's other funds that are applied to it, if the town decides to fund it other ways. I know I've talked with at least one counselor who already suggested the idea that Andy brought up, which was using the TIF money, which is rightfully accounted for, and we're planning to use that to offset the bond costs. So that's funds like that are available can be used, so you don't have to bond quite so much. Maybe that's a decision that can be made moving forward. It doesn't have to be made right away. We just need an authorization legally, so we can't get told in the future that no, the money's not there, even though you've signed this document with DOT to move forward with it. That's what we need to avoid.
We had a hand there, but it looks like it's back down.
Liz McDonald had her hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, there she is. Hold on. Coming on over. Hi, Liz, you're live.
Hi, my name is Liz McDonald. I'm on the Active Living Committee. And I just wanted to say that I think it's very important that we have the multi-use path on the two bridges, not only because it's going to enhance connectivity for the residents, but also as we see the retail shopping, which is sort of going by the wayside a little bit, we still have a lot of people that come up here from other states, and they're looking for something to do, and being able to use the paths to get around Freeport would be a huge draw for the city. They could go from the desert of Maine, and they could go across the bridge into the downtown. I think it's good for tourism, not just the people that live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Now you have.
Hey, we've got Greg as well. Hi, Greg, you're on.
As soon as you unmute.
Okay, how's that?
Better.
Perfect.
So I think about, this incredible vision of the active living plan, and I don't think the council would ever imagine that the last piece of the puzzle would be 75 years from now when the next bridge gets built. So I do support it, and I certainly hope that that we can make that connectivity as like one of the first puzzle pieces instead of the last. The second thing, Councilor Riley, you asked about, is there anything that we asked for that we didn't get? And I'd say it wasn't something that we asked for, but there was dialogue about it, and I want to make sure it doesn't get lost. So in the April meeting, we talked about the placement of the traffic lights on the new bridges. And I had brought up that there is or could be impact on the streets that are on either side of those bridges. For example, the Mallet Road Bridge. If there's a light on the left-hand, on the west side of the bridge at the ramps, how do you make a left-hand turn off of Pownell Road? How do you make a left-hand turn off the medical center? The traffic will certainly be backed up beyond those intersections. Same thing with Hunter Road. So how do you make a left-hand turn onto the bridge from Hunter Road when there's a new traffic light at the on and off ramps just 100 feet away? So we did talk about it. We didn't, I don't think, made a specific ask, and Adam, you can tell me if we did or didn't, but we spent some time talking about rotaries by the medical center and other options, but we never really brought it to fruition. And I want to make sure that the placement of those traffic lights doesn't impact the ends of these roads. Again, the northbound from Route 1 at that traffic light, if cars want to kind of get onto the northbound ramp, they have only maybe 100 feet to get over into that outside lane and to make it in. So I just want to make sure that the traffic coming and going on those roads are equally accommodated. So that's the only thing that I'd say I haven't seen reflected in the plan.
Thank you, Greg. And it should be noted that Greg is now the new chair of the Complete Streets Committee.
Yep. Greg, that's a good point. We've got the DOT staff in the audience to take note of that we'll need to discuss during the design process. This, the design, whatever ends up happening on this bridge, it's not over. Those of us that are on the bridge committee, the design moving forward, the final design, that's something that I think we'll all, so that's John, Adam, and I, and several other members in our audience here of the committee are also here. So we'll need to bring that up with DOT, but I guess DOT staff just heard that'll be a topic of conversation. So that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Peter.
folks.
Could I jump in?
Sure, Adam. Well, yeah, I guess I'm air traffic control, but it's John's call. So
yeah, please go ahead, Adam.
Greg, thank you for mentioning the concern at the Pownell-Durham Mallet intersection. The DOT made it very clear that the scope of work under these bridge projects is a few hundred feet beyond the bridge or bridges, and that's mostly or simply because of limited funds available. There just isn't money to go look at doing complete intersection overhauls, such as the Mallet intersection or the Desert Road intersection. We anticipated 2 lights as part of these bridge projects. There looks to be some good traction for at least 3. So there's potentially an additional signal going in, which benefits the community. That's not definite yet. The state traffic engineer needs to sign off on that, and they will certainly be evaluating traffic queuing at these signals and their impacts to intersections. I know they're definitely looking at those issues. Let's see if I could share the screen again, going back to my map. Do you see a map with some green shaded parcels and so forth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to Andy Spalding's point, who's chair of Active Living. This Connect Freeport vision does connect a lot of parcels. Where my hand is are Hedgehog Mountain and Hunter Road athletic fields with some green trails overlaid. And again, some of this infrastructure is either in place, like the lower Main Street sidewalks, and some of the proposed infrastructure, like those shaded in blue, dashed blue, could be as simple as widened shoulders and not necessarily, full on sidewalk. We do have to be, we do have to look at these projects, not just from a cost, but sustainability standpoint, as well as an economic development standpoint. That was all.
Great. Thanks, Adam. So we've had a fair amount of input here. In previous conversations, I know we haven't had a lot to chew on here as a council. I don't think there's been a tremendous amount of discernment and wrestling with the ideas of concurrence with the work that the committees have brought forward and that the design process has presented to us this evening. I think the idea of connecting both sides of the community is certainly valid, and this particular element of multimodal pathways across two bridges that are absolutely isolating. I live on the west side, and I can tell you that I wouldn't walk across the Mallet Drive Bridge except for maybe 12 o'clock at night.
Not then. That would be the worst time. That would be the most dangerous time.
Well, there's no traffic. That's why I would choose that time with my neon green suit. So the question is much more related to the process that we as a council have to go through in order to bring this issue to our constituents in the community, in order to essentially buy into the upgrades that are are very widely agreed upon here with everybody on the call this evening, but they're not even known at all to the rest of the public. So we have an opportunity to share that information, but an extremely short time in which to accomplish that public education process so that the constituents and voters in Freeport can understand what they're investing in. And as attractive as having a special election the first couple of days of January might be in order to capture this, is there's no way to look at it other than to say it's bad form. It doesn't follow how we normally go about making decisions in our community in terms of $1 million increments. So that's what I'm really having a hard time with, and I'd love to hear some others' opinions on that. I know it's already 9:45. We don't want to go on and on here, but I want to get some other opinions on the floor. Councilor Riley.
Before we get there, could we maybe hear from representatives from the state government, from DOT, if they have any input for us to help with our considerations?
Well, yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any hands raised, I guess. So, but maybe if they're specifically asked.
You've asked, and Wayne put his hand up, so I'll bring him over. Wayne is the, correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, but you are the bridge program manager at the state DOT, correct?
Yes, I am. This is Wayne Frankhauser. I am the bridge program manager at Maine DOT. I think Peter and Adam have done an excellent job, summing up what the issue is. And I do apologize for the tight time frame that the grant has placed us under. We're relying a lot more on these federal grants for our funding nowadays, and they all do come with some time frames that are pretty tough to meet, and are kind of live and die time frames. If we don't meet them, then we risk forfeiting the grant money. So again, I do apologize for the time frame and the time crunch that has placed us under to make this decision. If anybody has any specific questions about about any of the projects or anything, I'd be happy to try to answer
them. Wayne, I want to start with a question, which is the grant window is at what point in 2021 that you have to make your application?
We have to obligate. It's a deadline for us to obligate the funds with the Federal Highway Administration, and that is by the end of September 21. Working backwards from there, our process is, it's mentioned that we do need to go through the final design and plan development for the projects to advertise them. That would, to obligate the money for federal highways, we need to advertise the project for bids, and that would occur sometime at the latest in early February, or excuse me, early September of 21. So that's, working backwards from there. We have the final design in plan development of the bid documents, which we do have some flexibility on. We do need several months to do it, though. And secondly, we also have to know if we need to acquire any property rights to do this, which also has a 9-month to 12-month time frame involved with that right-of-way process. A lot of this we can move forward on with a level of commitment. And then work out any final arrangements in a municipal state agreement later. But I think that's we do need some level of commitment to know if we are going to go down this direction of the wider bridges. Probably in that January 21 timeframe.
Okay, thanks, Frank. Sarah, you had your hand up.
Yeah. So I have one background question, which is when did you become aware that you were going to use the federal grant for these bridges?
I can't remember exactly when we discovered we had the I can't remember when we knew that the grant was actually awarded to us. It was a while back. We've been working through the process since then to get to this point.
So it was a while back, like last spring, or that just seems like we've been talking about these projects for a long time. And I do have to say, I appreciate the apology, but I do have to say I'm quite surprised of the time frame that we have to work with. And I'm just trying to get we're going to get questions about why we're jamming this so fast. So it'll be helpful to understand kind of what time frame you had and why we're learning about it now in terms of the tight time frame that's left.
Yeah, well, the projects had to fit into our process as well. So I honestly we probably could have been back to you folks sooner. The project has changed hands with project managers a few times, and it's just fitting into our process. It has taken us a little while to get to this point, and we didn't fully realize or fully understand the process that you folks had to go through. That we're learning about now. So, again, I do apologize for the tight time frame.
With respect to the commitment that you were talking about that you need in January, you said that you need a level of commitment and the documents can be worked out later. What kind of level of commitment do you need from us? A verbal or authorization that we can spend the money? What is that?
It would, in my mind, would be some sort of authorization from you folks that you can spend the money. What we will have to develop a municipal state agreement that covers the cost share and when the payments due, which we do have some flexibility on. But we would want, as we do want some level of certainty and commitment that, when you folks say, okay, DOT, proceed down the path of adding this extra width and this extra project, that it is going to happen.
I think if I could chime in, Councilor Tracy, we talked about this with Mackenzie, who's the project manager. She's also here in the audience for the project. And the best way to summarize it is there's a significant difference between what the state needs and how the state would look at that and how the town needs to look at that. And that's just because, we operate differently. The state just needs something in writing from us, but we really can't provide that without the vote happening, either from a fiscal appropriation from the council or from the voters through a bond. And the state the department's trying to be as flexible as they can in that regard, but that doesn't change a lot for us, because the main problem being that if you don't have the appropriation, and we sign something, we're essentially appropriating money without appropriating it. We're binding future council or voters of the town to a decision that they may not make. And you know, my description to Mackenzie was like, that's all great until, you know, it's the 5% of the time that something goes wrong. And then the AG is talking to both of us, trying to mediate, you know, how to resolve this because we owe money, hundreds of thousands of dollars to the state, and, you know, the project's gone south. So we need to avoid that situation.
Yes. Thank you. I have another question for MDOT in terms of just timeline and flexibility. One of the things that we've discussed, and maybe you've discussed it internally with Peter since our last meeting, but it seems like you need to be able to final design the project so you can send it out to bid in February, which is why you need the authorization from us, which has to be something formal, as Peter just discussed. Have you ever been in a situation where you send a project out to bid that has some options to it, like that might have, you know, a piece like a multimodal pathway or added on, or it could be, you know, there could be another example where there's some other piece that's totally unrelated to this situation that you sort of added on as a piece, and you weren't sure whether it was going to be built or not, but you had that sort of option and flexibility when you went out to bid. Have you done that before?
It's called a bid alternate. Yep.
Yeah, we certainly have done bid alternates. I can't think of a time when it's been, you know, for something like a multi-use path. But we certainly do have the option of doing bid alternatives. Just thinking it through a little bit, it might get a little tricky as far as if the added width requires acquisition of right away.
Sure.
And I think that might make that, I don't think we can conditionally acquire the rights. You know, if we decide to go with the bid alternative, that might be the tricky part.
Sure. But if it didn't have that level of complication, and that's a big supposition at this point, it sounds like it's not necessarily, it may not be normal, but doesn't sound like there's a prohibition on bidding out a bid alternate with a multimodal use pathway as the alternate design. Is that fair?
No, I don't think so. It's probably a little more extensive than what we have done for bid alternatives, but we certainly do them and could probably figure out a way to work it in.
So I guess what I'm exploring, and I'm not trying to make MDOT hang out there covering our costs while we go through our process. But what I'm exploring and pressing you on is whether there's sort of an alternative approach that would give us adequate time to go through the public process, to have adequate input to make an expenditure like this, and allow you to move forward with your process, because I understand all the pieces that you need to put in place, but then also, you know, cover you for your design costs. Say we decided for some reason not to move forward with the multimodal use pathway, we would commit to cover whatever your incremental design costs were associated with that option that we decided not to move forward on. I just, obviously I'm not asking you to opine on that tonight, but that might, and maybe there's a reason why you can't do that, but it seems to me that might open up a little extra time, allow you to bid out like you need to, but also allow us to not create a major issue about transparency in our town government, which frankly, you know, had we known earlier, we would have acted with all, you know, due course and expeditiously to make sure that we were on track for you. So I guess I put that out there. I'm not expecting you to answer, but I hope that in subsequent discussions that can be explored.
And just to tag into what Sarah's asking, You've heard us talk about the fact that we could move and possibly get a special election in January. What realistically is a better time than to try and do something within 2 months? Could we go and have this further discussion presented to our community? It's got to be sold, and the community has to agree. Can we have this special election in May or June?
What is the normal process for this? Is it?
You'd have a regular.
Or is it March? I mean, how much time do you think we need to do this? And
You've got a hand, Peter. Maybe she's going to respond to.
Kenzie.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. I'm Mackenzie. Mackenzie is the project manager for this project with DOT.
Hi, everyone. And I'm not trying to interrupt with Wayne, but the conversation that I had with Peter really put stuff into perspective for me and the two processes. So I think the way the department looks at it, you do have flexibility to go through your budget process between March and June and appropriate those funds. The issue that the department has and the town therefore has is that we need to know what the cross section is going to be, whether it's going to be a sidewalk or a multi-use path by the end of the year. That gives our design team and our right-of-way team and our internal processes enough time to obligate the funds and advertise for bidding in September of 2021. So as much as there's a difference for us, and I think Peter did a great job explaining it from his end, and maybe I'm just trying to reinforce this and say it a little bit differently. As much as the DOT thinks these are two different things, because of the legal and that city-state agreement or municipal-state agreement, you guys don't, the town of Freeport doesn't want to obligate these funds and that 5% of what goes wrong, or you go through this process, your typical budget process through March through June, and you get the funds for the multi-use path, and that's what we designed, great. But what if you go through your budget process in March through June and you don't get the funds and we have a multi-use path? Oh no, what are we going to do between June and September to change all of our plans to be a sidewalk? That's a really big deal then for us to do, in a month or two. So it's really the fact that we need that design change, which we think the department thinks is simple. We just need to know, but it's that what if between January or March to September that could really throw things for a loop. And as Peter mentioned again, having the AG, come down on both of us is not what we want. So that's just my 2 cents. Wayne and or Peter, feel free to jump in again.
The only clarification that I would have, and I don't think you or Wayne are going to be able to answer this conclusively because we did talk a little bit about it, but one kind of outcome of what Councilor Tracy just described is the department doing double barrel design for 2 options, and what does that look like financially? Like, for example, let's just say the town and the department were willing to do this. We're not necessarily, but let's just put aside all disbelief, suspended here, and just say we're both willing to do it. What does that look like cost-wise for the department, assuming that the department would be like, yeah, town, if you cover the cost of the second design, we'll design 2. Not saying you're willing to do that, but if you were, what does that look like cost-wise? So we can maybe either discount that option or go further with it, just so we know what it would cost.
I
Either
think
you
that,
may not be able to provide that tonight, but I think to answer Sarah's question honestly, or is that just not even on the table from the department's perspective?
so I'll start just because I still have the floor. I definitely don't have that answer. I'm willing to potentially talk to the consultant, and then either Wayne and I can talk, or if Wayne wants to jump in right now, if he already knows there's a definitive answer.
Okay, go ahead, Wayne. You can, you and Mackenzie both have your mic control, so all you got to do is unmute yourself and you can go.
Okay. Yeah, no, we can certainly look. I don't think there's, you know, for us to go down the path, and I wouldn't even really consider it a bid alternative. It sounds like there'd be some time if we could advance both designs to allow you, the town, more time to have a better, you know, process involved with getting the money. If we advance the two designs, you know, that is some effort, but it's not a huge amount of effort. And we, Mackenzie and I, can certainly talk to the designers to get to try to get a figure for what that will be, and have more conversations on that. So what I'm hearing is that a more comfortable time frame, or a more practical, reasonable time frame for Freeport is a decision by March to June. What's that time frame that you folks would like to have a better process?
Wayne, this is John Egan. I would say that the sort of the March for a special election would probably be, you know, the earliest comfortable time frame for a bond issue special election. That also puts us, you know, depending on what time of the month it is, it also allows us to examine our budget process, because by the end of March, we're at least a significant portion of the way through the capital budget process. And so we'd have a lot more transparency, and we'd have a lot more participation locally in developing that capital budget, which very frankly might amend dramatically how much we actually have to bond for, or even if we have to bond. So I don't think we could get to that level of certainty much sooner than that.
Okay.
You know, obviously more time is better, but if that's the window that we have, then that, you know, that is probably, and from my perspective, having gone through the budget cycle 4 times now as a counselor, that's what I'm seeing as sort of the, you know, the earliest that if we were going to have a bond election, that it would be scheduled for, you know, the latter part of March, which would allow us to have wrestled with our capital budget for a number of meetings by that point.
And our proposed meetings are March 2nd and March 16th in 2021.
Right.
Special election could be anytime in March.
Right, but it's
Yeah, we'd actually have 4 meetings in March, usually on the.
Yeah, we meet pretty much every Tuesday in March. It's my recollection.
Yeah. So those would definitely be meeting dates. I don't think there might be school vacation week. I don't know what that looks like this year. So
no vacation.
Yeah, I just want to hop in. I agree with John on that time frame. The alternative that we're talking about, where we need to make a decision, you know, in by the end of the year or January, and I assume that Peter's sort of run this down with you, but the council doesn't even seat and start doing active business until mid-December. We all know what the holidays are like, and then people sort of come out of it a little bit bleary-eyed. So from the perspective of our residents, I have significant concerns that if we were to, you know, sort of try and do a process by which we're coming up with a decision in early January, mid-January, even late January, it's going to appear like there's some sort of backroom deal or something's wrong. And, you know, at the levels that we're talking about, it's just really important to make sure that people have a chance to weigh in. So I think that's what you're hearing from us, and anything that you can do to give us a little bit of breathing room so that we can properly vet this. I suspect it will all work out fine. But anyways, we just need the time to do that.
The other thing for us in this process too is then to be in contact with Active Living and Complete Streets for that connectability of projects that aren't there yet and find out what those costs might be so that we can put together a bond package which is representative of all the things we're wishing to do in this transportation issue.
Okay, yeah, this is Wayne from DOT again. Thank you very much. It's like I said, I didn't fully understand or appreciate the process that you folks had to go through. We can certainly talk. Mackenzie and I, myself, and the designers can talk about ways to adjust the schedule so that we can give you the extra time and still move the project forward and come up with some possible ways to do that and let you know what we find out.
Wayne and Mackenzie, we have a bridge committee meeting for the advisory committee scheduled for a week.
You're muted, Peter.
Touch the button wrong.
Sorry, we've got a bridge committee advisory meeting. Is that scheduled for a week from either tomorrow or Thursday? Is that correct?
A week from tomorrow, the 28th.
Okay, so it's Wednesday the 28th. Yep. Is this something that we could discuss more in depth then? The next council meets again on the 10th of November after that, so we could bring back some definitive information to them at that time.
Yeah, I think that I believe so. That we could have the discussion at DOT pretty fast and see what we can come up with for creative ideas to adjust the schedule. And I think we should be able to have further the conversation at that next meeting.
The council could decide then whether to hold special meetings in November if they thought it was of a pressing nature. The future council that's seated, which will be 2 new members, 5 returning members at a minimum. So,
yeah, and one of those new members is on the Active Living Committee who's already spoken this evening in support of the project. So I want to just reiterate, Wayne and Mackenzie, thanks for sticking with us here till late at night, that if it was a matter of this council giving you an indication to go forward, we would have been done 2.5 hours ago, because I think there's strong support from this committee, from this council, to do everything we can to leverage the opportunity that DOT is presenting here, which is to conjoin our connectivity plan with your bridge work. So there is not a political roadblock here at all. You have all 7 of the voices of the council agreeing that this is a great opportunity, and we've been applauding the efforts of our committee, which has generated all of the input that you've gotten through the committee process. So that part is pretty well assured, and I just, that may be obvious, but I just want to make sure that that point is clear, that it is the matter of how this group takes this issue and the timeliness of how to pay for it to our community without the community reacting to where did this come from? And it seems like maybe 2 or 3 months should be more than an adequate amount of time, but it's not, because the general public is not paying attention to the timeframes that we're all focused on here. The general public has no idea what the time frame is for a federal grant to leverage resources to make these bridge projects much more amenable to community implementation. The general public has no idea what the bonding schedule or what our current bond amount is or what our reserve amount is. The general public is not on top of those things the way the members of our committees and the way this council is. So as representatives, we have to bring as much of that community along as we can. And that is the rub that we're trying to negotiate here with, in terms of giving a little more breathing room. It's not a matter of whether or not we want to support the project.
You have Doug Leland out there.
Yep, Mr. Chair, we've got Mr. former chair of the Complete Streets Committee, Doug Leland, with his hand up. I'll allow him to talk. Is that okay?
Sure.
No, Andy Spalding is not Doug Leland. Hold on. There we go. Hi, Doug. You're on.
Okay. Good evening. As being part of the Active Living Task Force, and Traffic and Parking and Complete Streets have been involved in these bridge issues for quite some time. And listening to the conversation tonight, I just have a couple of comments. One that builds off what John Egan was saying and Doug Riley. For practical purposes, the conversations is very focused right now on the funding for the two bridges and the timeframes and the process and so forth. But in terms of communicating to the community, as a resident, I would benefit if I were hearing this for the first time and hadn't been involved in these issues. I'd want to know what the big picture is. If these bridges are going to be in place for 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, then what is the rest of the infrastructure, conceptually anyway, what's the rest of the infrastructure that makes these bridges so important? If the conversation gets focused on just the cost of these two bridges, and the concern is that it's a bit of a surprise to the community, then the next piece of infrastructure is going to be the same thing. It's just going to create a sense of, where is this going? We just had a bond issue for two bridges, and now 5 years later or 2 years later, we're back again looking at something for a path. I think if the presentation to the community can begin to flesh out what the big picture is for multimodal path infrastructure, how these two bridges fit in to that strategic picture, realizing that that picture is a long-term picture, I think it'll make the communication a little bit easier and set the expectations for the other pieces that come down the road. The other comment I would make is that, and I'm very much an advocate for the bridge designs that have been decided, but my only concern is, and I think Greg raised this issue as well, it's that west side of the Mallet Bridge that has been raised on multiple occasions in terms of whether or not that's safe over there. The issue is not just the geometry and of where the roads come in, but it's the volume of traffic that's trying to get on to 295. And if that issue, that's not an issue that anyone is going to want to address or really try to figure out how to address. And my understanding is that at one point in time, there was a stop sign put in down at the bottom of 125 and 136, and that didn't go over very well. So if that doesn't go over very well in controlling the traffic on the west side, then what is the solution going to be? Because we're talking about putting in a bridge that's encouraging more people to be making that transit across there. And if there isn't a plan to make that safe on the other side, I think we're going to have some issues that we probably don't want to have. So those are my only two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug.
Can I just make a point of sort of some guidance for us for the next couple of months? I agree with Doug's comment that, how we present this to the community is going to have an impact on how they'll receive it, of course. I would like to ask for the help of the Active Living and Complete Streets Committee to help us do that. They've been working on it for a long time. It sounds like they've been in touch with a lot of the community already, but I think we've got a bit of an outreach effort ahead of us. And I think those two groups have a lot of materials and a lot of research and a lot of information that they could help share. So I'm happy to help make the connections and help provide the platform to do it. But I think it would be great to get help from those two committees to say, this is what the big picture looks like, and this is why these two bridges are important, and this is why the council is now wrestling with it as part of their capital process. And just while I have the floor, thanks to the folks from DOT for being understanding and flexible with us on our schedule. I appreciate that.
Yes, I want to reiterate that. I think I appreciate your openness to going back and talking about options. I know it puts you in a difficult position, but we appreciate your openness to undertaking that effort.
Mr. Chair, you've got Todd Coffin and Andy Spalding in the audience with hands up as well.
Okay. Yeah, briefly, Todd, Andy, we're in an hour and 15 minutes on the topic here, so I want to get to a conclusion, but please go
Hi,
ahead.
Todd, go ahead.
Don't forget, we're endurance athletes, John.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, don't forget, we're endurance athletes, so we're in for the long haul. I just want to reiterate, as I'm sure Andy will, this is not a handoff. We are here for the long haul. We're going to continue the momentum you referenced, John, and anything you need for support for community outreach and communications, we're on board. So, over.
Great. Thank you very much, Todd.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're dealing with a bunch of marathon runners here. Speaking of which, hi, Andy.
Hey there, Peter. Thank you. Former marathon runner. Just wanted to say to you, Dan, we have, I've been in touch over the years with Anne-Marie Davey, who chaired the original Active Living Task Force. And so she has a pretty large list of people, as do I, from the charrette that we did. So we'd be happy to carry that torch and do whatever's needed on public education, awareness and education. Thanks.
Thanks, Andy.
Chip?
I think what we need to be able to go out with these guys is some kind of a number we are even thinking about. You know, we can come out with a larger number and reduce it down. So that when we're talking about this, because the first thing out everybody's going to mouth is going to be, oh, what do you think it's going to cost? You know, so we could say, well, at the most expensive, it would be this. I don't know if we do that tonight, but we need to do that quickly so that we all have some kind of a number we're working with, so we can get that message out, because that's why we're having this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and Adam's memo outlines that the two items there add up to roughly $1.2 million, give or take to the nearest 10,000. But
then you have the paths, right? And I mean, other things we're trying to attach to this. Has anyone looked at any of those when we go for, because we're not just talking about the bridges. We're going to say, well, this is our whole plan here. This is what we're going to do. This is, the bridges are this, and this is this. The paths are this. So
Yeah.
It's not 1.2, it's $1.5 million. I mean, can we throw some number, and I really think that people are going to be on board with this, but we don't know for sure, right? I'm looking at it as a dad that had a daughter that was riding her bike over to the Harrisika Yacht Club to take sailing lessons, and she'd get off her bike and walk across that bridge. And, she was 11, 12. It's a safety item too. I mean, that's a big part of these bridges here and getting the towns together. Anyway, those would be my points. If we can get a number together that we can say, here's what we expect this.
Can we charge Adam for working up some figures for this, going through and maybe getting back to us by our next meeting?
Yeah,
I mean, I think we're pretty comfortable with the 1.4 being a high end estimate for all the stuff that's rolled into this.
But if you also then wanted to tie in the completion of the path from West Street to Pine Street, and then adding in the path from the Yarmouth Town line to up through Bliss Woods into Pine Street again.
I think everything else that's been discussed tonight is not, there's no time frame constriction on it, so it should be considered through your capital budget process. I think the only thing that is even justifiable to consider outside of our regular budget process is this bridge, the two bridge questions, because DOT likely needs an answer faster than July 1 for our fiscal year start, when our budget would be effective.
Yeah,
I think everything else.
I don't disagree, Doug, in trying to get as many things as we can here while we got the door ajar on the issue. But we're also talking about how to message a specific project, and keeping it clean and crisp, and, you know, multimodal pathway on the two bridges. That is a clean message to take for a potential bond special election. And I would agree that connectivity in general, it could also be a crisp message, but it involves and necessarily engages people to think about, what about this and what about that? And I think we want to keep it as clean and easy to understand as a bumper sticker in order to accomplish the task, which is to get everybody comfortable with the value of the opportunity here, which is to leverage all the resources and, you know, all the things we've been speaking of this evening.
Mackenzie's had her hand up, Mr. Chair, with some input, I think, for a moment.
Who was that, Peter? I didn't hear who.
Mackenzie from
sure.
the department.
I agree with you, Chip, about, you know, kind of getting that worst case scenario number type idea. And I understand where Doug and John are coming from as well, but also keeping it clean and crisp. And that's something that, you know, between now and our bridge meeting next Wednesday, we can try and vet that out just a little bit more. And maybe Wayne and I can have a couple more conversations internally now that we have a better understanding of Freeport's process to see, you know, okay, do we think the cost share is going to be higher or lower? We haven't, I think Peter referenced it once, but DOT has a cost sharing policy, and it's important to remember that it says the DOT may contribute up to 50%. So there's two very important words and language there that we need to flush out. And again, it's between the two processes. We need an official request of what you want, but you can't get that until you have a number. So it's kind of this chicken and an egg. But we can try and talk internally and vet that a little bit more to clean up that number, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Chip?
Yeah, Mackenzie, just so you know, I would push for the 12-foot paths, but we'll see.
And I think it's really nice to hear that you guys are all in agreement. And, you know, I think you guys are all hoping the same way the department is all hoping that the town also agrees. But as you've all mentioned, you know, are they going to get sticker shock because of the public outreach process, that then they're going to be like, oh my goodness, you know, what are these crazy people doing, wanting to spend, you know, $1.5 million. So it's all, you know, being gentle with our message, I guess, and everybody working together. And I think, Sarah, it might have been you who said, you know, we think the public's going to approve this referendum, you know, whenever it is, but we don't want to bank on it. That's why we're asking for a vote. That really big, small, at the same time, what if?
Thank you.
Okay, so
I think we have some action to move forward with. I'll try and make that meeting next Wednesday on the 28th to participate. I've been in a couple, but not most recently. And we will wait to hear back from Wayne and Mackenzie on some opportunities for flexibility in the actual sequence of the timing of the commitment piece. And we'll start to work with staff to put together a plan for pitching this idea as a bond issue for a special election sometime in late March.
Sean, I think you and I and Vice Chair Whitney can work after the bridge meeting to come up with something and put it in front of the council at the beginning of the next council year, where, you know, we're pretty sure we know who the council is going to be because they're all uncontested races, but it's not for sure until the 3rd, you know.
Right. Yeah, so we'll aim for that action on our first meeting on the 10th. Eric?
Yeah, just one thing. I stayed pretty quiet. I'm fascinated with how this all went, and I'm really pleased to see things ticking forward. And as the liaison for the active living, working with Andy and Todd and others, it's been an absolute pleasure. And it's a very high caliber group of folks. So whatever information is needed as we bring this idea to the larger public, I'm no doubt that the committee will be right there with you. As I've said, this is a keystone project for our town. I think we all recognize that. I don't need to beat a dead horse, but it's a pleasure to see that this may actually happen, or at least it's got a darn good chance of it. So thanks to everybody.
Great. All right, Wayne, Mackenzie, thank you. Andy, Todd, other members of the Active Living who are present but didn't speak, thank you for attending and for the voluminous amount of work. Doug Leland, there's extra rooms for the volumes of work you've participated in. So thank you all for joining us on that. We have one more other business item, which hopefully will take an exceedingly short amount of time to discuss, which is the potential modification for shellfish licensing conservation program requirements as they relate to the pandemic and COVID-19 restrictions. Peter, this is a contemplation of a change in how we're conducting our licensing activity.
Yeah, not necessarily a permanent change. I can get this over with 7 words, one from each of you. It can be yes or no. I'll give my 30-second pitch, and then you can give me feedback informally, and then based on how that feedback goes, something will either come back to you or not at a future meeting. This is a temporary change. They usually do organized group events for the shellfish conservation. There are at least a few license holders who have approached our harbor master / marine resource officer, who's Charlie Tatro, and expressed concern to him that they would not be able to do group events either for health concerns or concerns about, being shoulder to shoulder doing projects, which is a very small percentage, but there are still people who are concerned about it. And the ordinance clearly says you have to do this. There's not really a mechanism in there. So Charlie's proposal is that it should be uniform and not, not one person gets a doctor's note or something like that and gets out of it and other people don't have to. So he's asking if the council would consider suspending that requirement just for this year. There's long-term talk about what it looks like going forward. It may move to a voluntary thing at the recommendation of the Shellfish Commission rather than this mandatory thing, but that's not what they're asking you to decide right now. They're just asking if the council would consider or Charlie's asking if the council would consider it so we could bring it to them and to you guys for approval. That would essentially be just suspending the hours requirement this year. It could be voluntary if people want to do it, but you wouldn't be disqualified from getting a license if you didn't.
Shellfish Commission, they're in favor of what Charlie's saying?
I can't confirm that yet. I don't know if this has gone to them. It will before it comes back to the council with the proposal, but we're just trying to see if there's any appetite for it at all before we waste a lot of time writing an ordinance.
The last meeting I was at, we talked about it. We talked about making it, let Charlie figure out what we can do. And I don't think they'll have a problem with this. There's not a lot of projects going on right now. And in the light of everything going on, it's, COVID and all that, it can't do much. So I think leaving this issue for this year, I think it'd be fine.
So they are okay with it, Chip?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll get a formal recommendation from the Shellfish Commission before anything comes to the council, though. So,
yes.
I don't have any trouble waiving it.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
All right. That's a lot more than 7 words, but thank you. Now there's like 7 more words that Doug usually likes to say.
Hang on, I gotta belabor this tiny little bit, only because it came up in a Conservation Commission meeting that one of the items that they were going to ask the shellfish folks to do, that's an individual activity, not a group activity, would be things like if they can help replenish the pet waste stations at some of the town properties to help reduce the amount of waste that's going into the waters, which in turn helps clean up the waters and reduces the amount of closures we need. And I know they had that on the docket to talk to Charlie about. So that might be a way to say, hey, if we're waiving the group requirement, can you do some individual stuff?
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of the license holders do that voluntary stuff and have volunteered for projects that they're interested in or that directly would benefit their industry. You know, there's some self-interest there too for things like that that keep the pet waste out of the river that I'm sure you could find some takers. Yep.
And just because we're waiving the requirement doesn't mean they still can't earn the points and maybe use them for next year.
Very good point.
Right.
Well, maybe we should have that conversation. I'll talk with Charlie, and Chip, you can talk with the Shellfish Commission maybe as a creative suggestion for next year.
Have they been meeting? I haven't gotten any word on if they've been meeting at all. They don't get an email or.
No, they haven't. They've only had, I think, one meeting or something like that during COVID stuff. They were even having trouble getting people as a quorum to come together to meet. There's really not anything going on, so there's not much for them to deal with. But
the Shellfish Commission.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You got your direction, Peter?
I got great direction. Thank you, councilors.
Okay. That concludes our agenda.
Yay.
Doug?
I'd like to waive my privilege of making this next motion and allowing one of the two retiring members of the council to make it.
Well, you got maybe a motion and a second here. You got two things that they can do.
Ladies first.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second.
All right, we'll have to take a vote. Councilor Riley?
Yes.
Councilor Whitney?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
Councilor Horn?
Yes.
Councilor Pilch?
Yes.
Councilor Tracy?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So that concludes your official active term on the Freeport Town Council, Eric and Tracy. And I sure hope that you join us on the 10th for a little bit of ceremony and an official handoff to your replacements. Not to fill your shoes, but to take your chair on the council, and we'll have some additional commentary. But I want to just use this moment now, very brief moment, to say thank you for your participation and thoughtful contributions and sage advice on a whole bunch of different things, and particularly on topics that allowed me to enjoy the past year as council chair. So thank you for those contributions, and I'll have a recitation of those in particular at our next meeting on the 10th.
Hear, hear.
Been a pleasure.
Great.
It has been a pleasure.
Bye.
Thanks very much,
Bye.
folks. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys. Good night.